PKA 722. We're rumored to have Ed VinWhiskey coming soon. We'll see if he can make it. Taylor?
Hope Ed can make it. This episode's brought to you by Blue Chew, Lock and Load, and our wonderful merch. We'll talk more about that later, but we were all excited to talk about the final frontier, space. Elon Musk building
favorite
Starship.
African American. Yes.
The best. Everyone's talking about it. That's how Trump would say. But it's pretty fucking cool. Have you guys seen the footage?
I think I heard about it. Did they land a booster? Is that the deal?
Yeah, it's enormous. Like, it showed how big it was compared to the previous ones that they kind of had success with. Like, you remember, like, I think it was 2019 was the first booster that SpaceX like sent up, and they're like, hopefully it can land itself. And like, it was this little like module looking thing, and it like was, you know, it succeeded, but it wasn't like blowing anyone's mind. This thing's like 20, 30 times bigger. It's like a building. It's huge.
It's really big. I think the idea is because,
250 tons.
Because once again, they're able to like reuse the thing over and over and save costs. I think the idea is eventually to have like fuel stored in orbit and take one of those things up and then add a new fuel tank to it and then have it be able to accelerate all the way to Mars and then have some sort of plant there making methane fuels for the ride back.
Yeah. I want us to get back to exploring more shit. Like,
it's getting
where do you want to go?
It's getting
we went to all the close stuff.
Yeah.
It's like we checked out our house. Now we need to go outside. This is hard.
Jupiter has 4 moons with these ice shells with warm oceans underneath them. I want to know what's in those oceans so bad. If there's some sort of like the way we have that deep sea life here on the vents, those that's living off of like sulfur and evil at hundreds of degrees. Like one of them, I can't remember which. It's like Aries, Ganymede, Ceres, and Titan maybe. One of them has like geysers that shoot out because there's like activity down there. It gets flexed by the gravity of Jupiter, like the shell does, depending on which side it is, and that presumably warms the ocean through friction.
What are the geysers shooting out?
They don't know. Oh, really? They were all right. So they do that light spectrum analysis
or something.
No, it was water.
Oh, neat.
Well, it's ice. Wow. You can see that it's ice. There's some residue on the cracks on one of them that shows up as like red, and they said that so does the kind of like bacteria that grows on those vents here, but that doesn't mean anything. It could just be some red shit.
There's no way to know.
I'm convinced there's life on a lot of planets, and it comes from this. Like, so obviously there's life on Earth in our crust, right? But then deeper in the dirt, there's life there too. Well, sure, that still gets like exposed to the sun and all the good, sort of juices that flow. But as you get deeper and deeper, they found life in Earth's like core and magna, right? Like, this is so where we didn't think life could live, we've now discovered it. Something under the crust, deeper than we ever thought, not in the dirt layer, but in the dead layer. They've discovered things that are alive, and it has caused scientists to reevaluate what they think the conditions for life are. They're broader than we used to think they are. So if you're telling me that there's no life on this Jupiter planet or moon, then I'm skeptical. I think something's alive there. Not intelligent, but there'll be something living, whether it be bacteria or whatever.
I want there to be like fish. I want there to be fish. I want there to be like little things that could.
Yeah, I want a real animal that I can see with my eyes.
Dude, that would be so cool. If you sent an American up there to go and like drill a fucking hole and then catch a fish, he'd be the greatest fisherman in the universe.
Be such a flex if I had one.
Oh, can you imagine? like he brings it back, but
Neptunian.
He immediately guts it and like gets he gets it like on a plaque, like a bass.
They train a fisherman to be the first to go to Titan.
Like they did with the oil drillers in Armageddon.
It's way easier to train an ice fisherman to be an astronaut than it is to train.
I told him the whole time I'm more of a hobbyist, but they wouldn't take no.
No, I'm super into that idea that there's likely to be life in one of those weird, awful, dark environments. And, I don't think it's fish people, but there's no reason it couldn't be fish people. That moon's been there as long as we've been here, Could be fish people.
I guess so.
Yeah. So they caught the booster, which I guess what it used to happen is the booster would drop into the water, it'd sink to the bottom of the ocean. There'd be this like booster rescue effort. Then they'd have to really check it carefully to make sure it's ready to go the next time. Now that they can land it, there's a tremendous amount of money savings to be had. I wonder why they had to land the booster in like whatever, a big set of chopsticks.
This is the bigger booster.
So they landed the other things. It's just harder because it's bigger.
I think it's probably just too heavy.
I think it's gigantic. I don't know the answer to your question, but I presumed that this was just so much bigger that they needed the chopsticks. I didn't know about the whole chopstick landing capture thing until I saw the video, and it doesn't look real. That thing kind of comes in ass first, like gliding down, like something out of a. It's very sci-fi, and oftentimes the footage it looks surreal to see something that big move so unnaturally, and then land. It's super cool.
Yeah, there's so much power. I saw a clip of Elon Musk saying the booster weighs like 250 tons. And he was saying like, oh, but we think we can get it to below 200 tons. And it's like, it's still pretty fucking enormous. Like, what are we moving? Hopefully, like this could be one of those things that like triggers another big increase in our ability to explore space, just like quick turnaround and everything.
You know what I was thinking? I think it secures our safety from asteroids. I think that if we've got enough lead time, there's a bunch. They're watching most of the sky now. It's not like in the 90s. They used to always say, "This is a postage stamp of sky that we scan every year. The rest is open." And it's like, oh my god, that's so scary. But now it's like they scan the whole fucking sky looking for stuff. Yeah. As long as they had like a few years lead time, you would think Elon could fly up a bunch of heavy stuff, like a bunch of depleted uranium weight plates, and then stack them all together and then stick them on the head of one of those rockets and just hit the asteroid and push it away. NASA has this thing called DART that they already tested, and they redirected an asteroid with it. Basically, they just crashed the fucking thing into a moving asteroid, which is harder than you might think because the asteroid's moving at some ungodly speed. And then your probe that they hit it with also, it's like hitting a bullet with a bullet and doing the math weeks in advance. So they hit the thing and they thought they were going to move it some minuscule amount, but they moved it like 60 times more. It was 60 times more effective than they thought it was going to be, something to that magnitude. So they have a lot of confidence that crashing things into asteroids will move them significantly enough to, with enough lead time to save us from getting dinosaured.
I would hope so. Is that still the prevailing theory on dinosaurs, meteor?
They think that it was a double whammy of volcanism initially, and then the asteroid was the last thing I watched. And I also watched a thing recently. There's some paleontologists, they've discovered these fossils in, I think, Colorado that are like 1 million years too late. So they think there was actually, you remember the cartoon, the Land Before Time?
Yeah.
There was like that one valley where like the dinosaurs kept living for a while. They literally think they found that, where dinosaurs might have gone on living for like 500,000 to 1 million years longer than anywhere else on the planet ever discovered. I thought that was cool. Super fun. Yeah. Especially based on, I liked that cartoon as a kid.
Land Before Time was great. Littlefoot and the gang against all odds, man. You watch that show and it's like, this is going to be the time the T-Rex gets him. Nope. They got away again.
I felt bad for the T-Rex after a while. It's like, what's he gonna eat? He's hungry.
I hate plot armor.
You hate plot armor.
He killed his mother right away. They bandied.
You gotta kill some main characters. Game of Thrones was okay. Walking Dead is the best character killer of any show I've ever seen.
A&E's the best character killer. That's why they had to kill those characters off. Everybody quit.
Okay. Yeah. I thought you were gonna be like, there's this show and that show and like. Yeah. No. But I do believe there's life up there under one of those ice shelf moons. And
is that where you would pick? Like if you're in charge?
That's what I would fund. Yeah. That's where the money goes.
Like if Elon's like, Kyle, we've only got enough money to explore one celestial body.
Mm-hmm.
Where do we go? You're like fucking Titan.
Yeah. Europa, I think is the one. I think that's the one. But I don't know. I've watched little mini docs about.
I think that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson also says. I think he agrees with you.
I think maybe that's the one that had the visible geysers that they were able to spectrum analysis and see that had like maybe some friendly chemicals for life or something. Or
maybe start by sending some unmanned stuff there. Like it seems
so
like
the ice is really thick. I think I remember the ice being like 1 kilometer thick. So we're going to need a really cool
Go in the
drill.
summer. What are you, stupid?
Go in the summer. Yeah. Go during the daytime.
Can they bring perhaps a very long drill?
Bring a fire.
Like,
just set a fire and wait.
what the temperature of the sun would be during nighttime or something like that. Like something
not enough. You know what I want is I don't know who Elon Musk's friends are, but I want one of his inner circle friends to get him like addicted to exploring the bottom of the sea the way he's addicted to space.
No,
I would like if he came up with a company that was like, the delving company or whatever the fuck, like just something, and he just became obsessed and started mapping the deepest areas, finding new animals. I would love that. I would be more interested in that.
He does have a company. He has a company called the Boring Company that bores tunnels, right?
Ditch that. Get to the ocean.
What would you name the ocean one? Wetworks.
Wetworks. Yeah, that could be good.
Sequest 2025.
Ooh, that's good too.
You just completely rip off that Roy Schneider TV show from the 90s.
Wetworks was not an original concept.
Nobody watched Sequest. Don't worry. You can rip the whole thing off. They had a dolphin that could communicate and stuff.
I've seen it.
Yeah, they had it was basically like a super advanced submarine. Roy Schneider was the captain, and they like patrolled the oceans, doing all sorts of good. Stopping all
all that ocean crime, underwater crime.
They had a niche.
Shark. Do you guys like
very powerful submarine?
Is your guys' curiosity about the bottom of the ocean even close to your space curiosity?
Yes. All right. Yes. So there's so much space that I know for sure there's some shit out there. I think even in our little galaxy, there's got to be some shit out there. There's some people. I think there are some people, or there were some people, one or the other, like us, like that sat around and thought about us, that we'd be an alien civilization to them. I believe that fully, but I don't know if we're ever going to be able to figure that out. Like certainly not within our lifetimes or anything like that. But down in the ocean, there's a few weird anomalies, right? So that Challenger Deep is so fucking deep. It's deeper than the Mount Everest is tall. It's crazy, crazy deep. It's completely unexplored, really, what's down there. And you could have some smart shit living down there. You could have some sort of weird, intelligent species of people living down there. Maybe that's what the UFOs are. Maybe it's the fish people coming up, and like the air up here is like their version of outer space. They can't even imagine outer space. That's like a level above. That's like a fifth dimensional being to them. They can't imagine outer space.
I'm having a hard time letting go of space as being exciting. Hey, Ed. Good to see you.
What's going on?
We're just talking about space and the sea.
And every time we do sea exploration and find some new fish, I struggle to give a fuck. It is not interesting. Look, here's an ugly brown or gray fish who doesn't go very far from this warm spot, doing nothing his entire existence. I'm like, let's go to space. I've seen enough. The ocean is basically a wet desert and of nothing to see.
Lucky for you, Woody, no one is funding ocean exploration. No one is funding that.
It should be funded. It should be funded.
When's the last time you saw an aquanaut? You know what I mean?
Never. I've never seen an astronaut either, for what it's worth.
So the kind of question posed, Ed, was, are you as intrigued by like a bunch of missions trying to find what's like at the bottom of all the deep trenches in the ocean, finding all those creatures as much as you're interested in space?
I remember in elementary school, it was like 1 or 5% of the Earth's oceans had been explored. Have we increased that in the last 20, 30 years?
Not enough.
No.
Not really.
Not enough. They found like 100 new species of deep sea fish just in Chile this past year. Yeah. And so there's a bunch of cool shit down there and we don't know about it yet. And I want to figure it out. We're not going to find we're not going to get to cool space stuff before we're all dead. And so, I may as well see something cool in the ocean.
I mean, I would assume that there's just endless craziness out there that we'll, maybe occasionally see wash up over the next 100 years and be like, wow, I wonder how many more of those there are. But it's wild for sure. I feel like you're going to go a lot further in space before you find something that stares back at you.
For sure. It's a denser area of life in the ocean, obviously. And it's right there. Like we know how to get it. It's not like space where they're like, but how do we get 20 billion miles away? And it's like, we're not quite there with the technology yet. It's like, we can get to the bottom. We can do that. We can go to the deepest place in the ocean and look around. It's just, there's so much space.
I mean, they're doing that. They do it.
A little, and it's boring because there's no light there. So there's no energy there. There's no algae. There's no food chain. There's just a little bit of like sulfur leaking from the ground that they managed to survive on somehow. But
they got cool stuff down there. We just don't know all of it yet. Yeah.
Well, there's a good bit more available than there is in space.
Yeah.
We're talking about like Europa, though, where there's ice geysers shooting up or something. And Kyle explained that Jupiter's gravitational pull causes its moon Europa to flex, which gives it heat, which is why there is liquid water. I almost call it liquid ice. And that flexing is friction, which is heat, and there's water, and there could be fish there.
Or amoebas or frogs
or color.
Or fish people with like big three-titted women.
Don't bother me with your brown fish. That's what I'm telling you. If you find another gray fish at the bottom of the ocean, keep it to yourself. I don't care.
What if we find
this attitude? We never ever would have found the anglerfish, which is sick.
There could be mer people.
Crazy teeth. Yes.
Yeah, the anglerfish is arguably the coolest fish in the whole ocean.
I don't know about that.
I mean, it's got its own lure. It's bioluminescent. It looks like it's got a demon face.
I mean, it's an okay fish. I don't know. I feel like I just like mush it. You know what I mean?
You know what's funny? Like if I looked if I looked it up right now and that thing was like a 2-pound fish, I'd be like, oh, that's fucking gay.
It does not weigh 2 pounds. It's got to be less than 2 pounds. I bet it weighs 3 ounces. Oh, that's not real. All right, well, that's not real.
Well,
this
is
Finding Nemo. Clearly,
Disney rendition.
This was startling in the movie.
Strike that from evidence. Strike that from evidence.
Yeah, it's a meeting. God. So, Chiz was telling us, Ed, that you recently came into possession of a Bugatti that's had like a nice celebrity lifespan, and now it's yours. That's cool. What's the story with that?
Yeah, that's the red one behind me. It had kind of been a goal for quite some time to find the next crazy dream car, and this one was the Frankfurt Motor Show car, and then Birdman bought it of Cash Money Records, not the Miami Heat center with the neck tattoos, and he gave it to Justin Bieber as a present.
Birdman.
I didn't know there were any Birdmans until just now.
Well, now you won't be confused as to which one it was. But apparently he had collateralized some massive loan on his house and his Bugatti, and so all of it got repossessed. And so then a bank sold it, and Floyd Mayweather bought it to preemptively celebrate beating Conor McGregor in that fight they did. So he bought it like 2 days before the fight and started driving it around to his strip clubs. That's just awesome. To show that he was going to win, and he obviously then did. Mm-hmm. I learned today that right after that fight, he bought a $25 million house in Beverly Hills that he's never spent the night in. So
that guy loves his treats. He's like, oh, I do need a little treat. This little $25 million mansion.
That guy spins like he thinks they're going to take it all away at some point. He really does. He spins like he thinks at some point it's all going to come crashing down no matter what, and they're coming for him. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I've known a lot of people that didn't come from anything, and they do that.
Like a badass private jet, like the kind of jet that like you throw 12, 15 people in and go to London from New York is like $20 million. $25 million to frivolously spend is insanity. Like I never understood how Mike Tyson could go through all that money until they laid it out in like an infographics YouTube video, and it's like
with the pigeon budget.
Yeah, he went through like $500 million, something crazy like that.
That's it. And then it kind of started to be transacted by this dealer who was he's the nephew of the Whittington brothers, who were some legendary marijuana smugglers and part-time Porsche racers in the 1970s and 80s. And so they actually won at Le Mans in 935. And so their nephew just got arrested for fraud, but he had sold this car a few times, including to a guy named Little Uzi Vert, who I don't really know who that is, but I was told he had a gemstone implanted in his forehead.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that guy. Okay.
I don't like
that. the little Uzi with the gemstone. Thank you for disambiguating that. I'm like sure
he literally had a gemstone like between his eyes and his flesh.
No, I know. Oh,
there you go.
He's got
Lil Uzi Vert, of course.
It's like he just lost the UFC fight.
Yeah, we spent the last weekend buffing his footprint out of the hood because he used to take pictures standing on it.
What an asshole. What an asshole.
And at one point, the NYPD impounded the car because he parked it illegally. So there's a bunch of interesting social media clips circulating this week. There's one of Mayweather driving it. There's one of Lil Uzi Vert getting it in trouble, and he had it like wrapped every different color. And so it's always been neglected, and that's usually the kind of cars that I like to buy. And I always think the celebrity provenance makes it a little bit more interesting. Yep, there you go.
What an asshole.
So we had to do it, but the whole thing is red now. Red with a red interior and red wheels, which is not the way I probably would expect one, but you don't get to order them from the used car factory.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I
that's
got
really
a car
cool.
question. You've been around the most interesting cars for quite some time now. Are you becoming impossible to impress?
You know, so many different things impress me. You know, the cars, the stories to me are always more fun than the cars. So if you could show me some Ponzi schemers, you know, not that interesting car that got in a crime or whatever, and I still think it's awesome. And so if it's got a fun story or it's got a really enthusiast owner that just loves using it, that to me is what's awesome. I mean, you know, we even amongst, you know, the spectrum of supercars and hypercars, the ones that are all rock chipped up with, you know, scratches and cracks and stuff like that, to me are so much more fun than the ones that are immaculate and ready for the show field at any time. I think the more you use them and the more stories you got to tell about them, the better they are.
I like that.
But as far as like new car technology, things that come out year to year, and you know, the whatever's in the Car and Driver magazine right now on the cover, like, does that stuff impress you? Because is there anything there that's cutting edge, that's new, that you care about?
You know, it's interesting because, you know, I'll turn 40 next year. And so I live in kind of this MTV Cribs, DuPont Registry, Top Gear, Gran Turismo, Fast and Furious, Gone in 60 Seconds cohort of car enthusiasts. And so I like to look like I won the lottery 10 or 20 years ago because those are the cars that I grew up dreaming about. And the chance now through extraordinary financial arrangements with these banks to be able to own them and drive them, to me is really the peak. So I don't look at like the Ferrari F80, which came out today, and it's the successor to the LaFerrari and the Enzo F50, F40, 288. And it doesn't blow my skirt up the way it would if for a 16-year-old today, because, you know, they think that is the new crazy holy grail thing to chase. And so I think there's always the cars that are going to resonate with you most just based on your age and how impressionable you are. But yeah, that car, they're going to make 799 of them. They're
It looks like the Batmobile.
$3.9 million.
It looks like the fucking new Batmobile from the movie or something. That looks insane.
It's nuts. Yeah. And McLaren just came out with their
really
W1, which is the successor to the F1 and the P1. And, you know, the performance is extraordinary. They're all hybridized, and so the long-term reliability is pretty questionable. That one's got a twin-turbo V6 plus the hybrid assist for 1,200 horsepower. And so, I mean, that's awesome, and there's a huge market for it, but that is even less relatable in my current position than my cars were when I was 15 years old. And so it's harder to envision, you know, really what those become years from now. P1s are awesome cars, but they're really hard to maintain, and the batteries are failing on them, and it's $160,000 to replace them. That F1 that was right next to it, they're now $20 million, and there's only 106 of them, 64 road cars. And so it's a very tough thing to know, you know, what is going to motivate the next cohort of car collectors, because in general, what happens is that as they get, you know, about 15 to 25 years old, the people that grew up dreaming about them start to develop the means to buy them. And I have always tried really hard to leverage myself excessively and be able to buy them before I ought to. And that's treated me well financially because the rest of the cohort kind of catches up, enter the market, the demand increases, and the values go up. And that was one of the reasons for going a little over the top and being too aggressive and buying the Bugatti, is that I think that they stand a really good chance, and the car's now 12 years old, over the course of the next 10 years to do quite well.
That's pretty cool. So you figured out how to buy low, sell high in cars. I do the opposite. Yeah.
It's fun because, you know, as long as you have reasonably mainstream tastes for your age, that tends to happen, especially if you target rarity and things like that. So there's only 14 of those in the country, 58 in the world of the Targa version of the 1,000 horsepower W16 car. And so it's special enough that if anybody wants one, they go up. And fortunately, for me as a buyer of the 14 cars, the worst 6 of them were for sale in the last year. And that's far more supply than the market could ever absorb of anything. And so it drove the prices down almost $1 million. And so the guy that I bought it from, that owned it most recently after Little Uzi Vert, he lost $1 million in 18 months, putting 800 miles on it.
I mean, I'm learning
about
more
how much
about
you paid for it. Is that a secret? Is that rude to ask?
The bank paid $145, and as long as I satisfy my obligation, it needs to stay in my garage.
Fucking note on a $1.45 million car.
Well, I sold 7 cars for the down payment. And so it was a manual LP 640, 3 Cayennes that we used for the Alaska expedition, an old Rolls Royce we'd raced across the country, a 6-wheeled Range Rover, and a Ferrari that was kind of all the Car Trek cars.
What a motley crew.
Into one.
Motley crew.
That's it. Yeah. So quite the variety that I've liquidated over the last year or so to be able to do it.
So cool.
So the payment's like $8,300 a month.
Yeah.
Which I can float for a little while, not indefinitely.
10 years, you said, right? That's when it should make some money.
Right. Yeah. So that's the thought, is that, over the course of the next, 3 to 5 years, hopefully it moves in the right direction and I'm able to maybe refi some equity.
Yeah.
Good luck.
That's
a
awesome.
big move.
That's a cool move. That's a lot of balls too. And it requires a lot of foresight as well. How many cars did you say went in? I think it was like Pokemon cards. And
Yeah. 7 for
scary.
1.
7 for 1. Okay.
Put it all in red. I like that, Zach.
Put it all. Yeah.
Which
car is this? Is this red car right here?
It's the red.
Yeah. Oh,
I swear,
it's so scary.
I'm so unsophisticated in this because the red one and the gray black one closer to you look the same level of cool to me.
Do you eat in them?
I try not to worry about anything with them. I try to buy the worst examples of my favorite cars so that I can't make them any worse. I like to live in the margin between like really unacceptable and okay. Good and perfect, and that stuff is for the birds. You just get all stressed out about it. And so the spiker behind me I bought it from Missy Elliott 2 years ago, and she hadn't seen the car in 5 years, and we knew it didn't run, but it actually turned out to be much nicer than I would normally expect the car to be. And so, of the cars back there, the red one left, the orange R8 turned into a Ferrari, and then that left, and that 2 Cayennes back there are gone. I've got 1 left. We had 4 at one point.
I'm looking at those cars, and I think the red one's the coolest, but I might be attracted to red. Which one's actually the coolest?
Well, my favorite ones are the 2 Lambos in the middle, the black one in the middle, because they're just the manual transmission LP640s that I grew up dreaming about, but they're all the same car, effectively. They're a 6.5 liter naturally aspirated V12 Lamborghini Murcielago from 07, 09, and 2010. So the red one certainly had the most presence to it, so you got good taste.
Okay. Yeah.
And if that one there's only 44 of those in the country, but only 3 of them have manual gearboxes, and those are worth about $5 million. Mine was an e-gear car that had the whole front knocked off of it during a group drive in New York.
Damn. Man, this is a fun business to be in when you love cars. Just being like, I gotta work. I have to trade 7 incredible cars for the rarest car of all time.
That's
just another day at work.
And the coolest thing was that the Bugatti logo is EB, and my initials are EB. And so I always wanted the license plate EB, but it had been registered for 15 years. And so our VinWhiskey app allows you to get the VIN from the license plate. And then I plugged that into Carfax, and I got the shop that had been servicing the car. I called them. They gave me the owner's number. It was a landline, and they wouldn't answer for years and years. But after I got the car, I Googled her name, and it was this woman that lived not too far away, but she passed away in January. And so I got her, the obituary gave me her daughter's name, who I followed up with and said, hey, sorry for your loss, but do you have any plans for that license plate? And she's like, I think I know where it is. And so she went to Mom's house and pulled it out, and I was able to get it. So I have the EB plate on the EB car.
That's cool. I'm happy for you. I bet that was a good day when they got that done.
Yes, feels good to have it. Cool.
All right? So this thing's $8,300 a month. How much is the insurance? Because I'm sure you've got fleet insurance, but you can't just slide that car onto the policy, right?
No, but since it's with Haggerty and they kind of know that you can only crash one at a time, it's about $600 a month, which as a percentage of value is really low.
That's smart. Yeah.
Interesting.
I guess. Yeah. Wow. God damn. That is quite a note. That's hard to imagine. 8,300.
Well, there's another car YouTuber called the Stradman, and he recently acquired a Koenigsegg Gira, and he took over an existing lease for the car, and it was $35,000 a month at about a $2 million loan amount.
Was it crazy lease terms too? Was it like 500 miles or something retarded?
Well, usually what these are what's called an open-ended lease. So we have a sponsor called Premier Financial Services that does them, and it's really a balloon loan based on the way anybody would look at it, because it's not like a normal lease where you can just turn the car in at the end of it. So it allows you, it looks like that, except it's blue. And but for 35 grand a month, I cannot fathom. I mean, even being able to do it next month, much less like every month for probably a 5-year term.
What does the car cost?
It was probably about 2.8. He actually had a Bugatti that he traded for it that had been owned by a pornographer for some time.
A pornographer,
like a high-ranking pornographer?
No, I don't believe so.
Pornography business is good. Taylor, make a note of that.
Was he he's a grip? He's holding the boom mic over the people fucking.
I can't remember his name. So he was really active on the car forums like 15 years ago, 20 years ago when I was a kid. And he was, it was always about like the first time a girl had ever been on camera. That was his like shtick. Mm-hmm. And so he owned a bunch of interesting cars. He also made a video with a gold Lamborghini Murcielago out on like an abandoned highway near Vegas going 219 miles an hour. And so then he bought this Bugatti and made some content with it, I suppose. So I didn't realize that Stradman hadn't told that to his audience. We actually did like a video of praising his entire collection. That's one of the things that I mentioned that like might come up if you were selling the car, that people might not love that about its history. And I guess he hadn't told his audience that, even though I thought it was kind of like common knowledge about it. I was going
to ask you about Diddy, because I think that you're maybe the kind of individual to come in like a vulture as his assets are being liquidated and scoop up. Maybe he's got some cool cars and he's going to need to liquidate.
I would buy some Diddy. Although, the question is always like, sometimes when you put out content, the dislike ratios can get out of hand just because the content is dislikable for logical reasons like pedophilia. And I think that it would probably do really poorly in terms of, YouTube performance.
No, go lighthearted with it. Be like, Diddy's locking car seats in the back. Like you could have some fun making fun of Diddy's car and the pedophilia that probably happened there.
His car would appraise for $1 million, but the baby oil smell is impossible to remove.
You can't even
look at that leather wheel. You know why it's so well preserved?
This is a 2008 Bugatti, which means it's too old for Diddy now.
Before Trump's Diablo ran at Barrett Jackson, I got offered the car for a lot less than it ended up selling for. And I mean, it's not hard to imagine that Trump's Lamborghini is going to be valuable long term, although there's about, I think, 6 or 7 Lamborghinis that he's owned over the years. But I was concerned that even if I got it and was able to flip it for a profit later, I thought the content would suffer because it appears that, give or take, 50% of the country doesn't approve of it. But that's it. That's a 1997 Diablo Roadster in blue Le Mans.
There's no way he fit in that car anytime recently.
No, he has not. He has not.
But I can't imagine him behind the wheel. He was funnier behind the fire truck wheel.
Yeah, there's no way you can be overweight and drive one of these little things.
A lot of us try. That's him. Yeah. So that was a 95 VT.
All right.
Oh, this is 1995.
This
I was going to be like
prime. Oh, this dude was grabbing pussy all day, air day.
Look at that. Does he have a golf glove on? No, his hands
on one hand.
Well, that's how you wear a golf glove. You only have one.
But I think he's a righty.
Yeah.
Really?
I didn't know that. I thought he was in the process.
I think some people wear 2 gloves.
No, you don't. If you wear 2 gloves, people are gonna treat you like a retard. Fact check, Taylor. Get it out,
but be real. Be real one-sided about it. Make sure you find like Tiger Woods with 2 gloves on. And like
nobody wears 2 gloves.
We agreed not to do that. We agreed no fact checking.
No fact checking.
I got the
no fact checking on my golf. It's so interesting how little. Ed, have you golfed? Like much experience golfing? You're not really into it.
No, but I'm pretty sure you only wear a glove on your offhand.
Yeah, like I'm not an experienced golfer. Like I know what I'm doing out there. I'm not good though. But Kyle and Woody, like I don't think you guys have ever once played, right?
I own some clubs.
I went to a driving range a few times, so no, I haven't really played.
It's so interesting.
Yeah, I think I went to the driving range 3 or 4 times. There was one not far from home, and we used to just like wail on balls off because my dad lived on that hill, so you'd really knock the fuck out of one out through the field. But
I feel like I'm not allowed to golf. Like I'd be on the course impersonating a golfer, maybe even wearing the right stuff, maybe not. Being like, I don't belong here. I can't make the thing go. Like, how does one begin golfing?
Yeah, you'd want to go with someone as a guest, or you'd want to like buy a lesson.
Like, Taylor, can you hit my ball for me? It keeps going sideways.
That's how you
this one's not round.
And like if I were the best golfer in our group, we'd be in for a rough go. Because I'm the way I golf half the time when I'm driving is like, all right, I want it to go this way. So based on my previous hits, if I aim that way, it should swoop into the middle, and then I'll do that, and it's just a line drive for the first time all day.
Right.
And it's like
straight into the woods.
It's so frustrating. It's so
Zach
much
says in the fact he fact checked him. Apparently, all the greatest golfers, both hands gloved. They said Tiger Woods quote here: "No slip, get a grip, 2 gloves." That's the direct quote.
No fuss, no muss.
From Tiger Woods. That's
2 gloves.
Yeah.
He's got 2 additional gloves in both back pocket. Yeah, nobody was.
My reading comprehension must be off. That's not what I'm getting.
And it's a little blurry. It's a little blurry. You got a little smudge there. You're probably seeing some other. You're probably reading a whole different paragraph that
Jesus Christ.
See there you go. A little microfiber there. And now you'll be better. You'll be able to see it.
I don't think the intersection of golfers and people with aeronautical lawn chairs is a lot. I think it's a very different crowd.
Yeah, a very slim overlap in that Venn diagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to be like competent at golf because it seems like one of the best hobbies to have when you get old. And I'd be too annoyed when I'm old to like if I'm 60, I don't want to go out there and be like, all right, time to learn this. It's like, no, like I at least
you're getting a hobby for your elder years.
Well, also because a lot of my friends
never too early,
and so like I'll go with them, and I don't want to make an ass of myself. Like if you guys haven't ever like golfed in a group of 4, like a foursome or whatever,
we haven't golfed.
Like yeah, you never have. And so, like, of course, like
is it like putt but for reals?
There's like a silent look.
The most embarrassing way possible.
Yeah, the people will like give a sideways look sometimes. Like I've been the person in the foursome who's like the worst by far, and I'll be like, I'll tee off last, and you like watch everyone else hit, and it's like you're like I'm like hoping one of them shanks it really bad, and it's like no, those are all pretty good shots, and then like I hit it and it goes like 100 yards away from where it was supposed to go, and I can just feel them looking at the back of my head like this fucking retard is going to make this so much, because then now the person who shares the cart with me, instead of going to the normal place where everyone hits, we got to take a weird loop-de-doo serpentine path through the woods where I'll like reach down and try and pick it up on the go. If I miss it, then I have to get out and take the jog of shame to pick up the ball and get back in the cart and then drive up there. It's embarrassing.
Wait, you don't play it where it lies?
Not in a scramble.
Not in a scramble. No. If you're playing it regularly, then I would have to play it.
A scramble is when you like have a partner or something and you use the best shot.
Yeah,
we've been shitting on Trump for years, and it seems like the cheating is part of the game now. I'm confused.
Yes.
So if you're playing regular golf, that would be cheating. You're not allowed to.
Right.
But if you're doing a scramble, like it's a way to be like, oh, Kyle, that was a really good try, but I think we're gonna play from Woody's ball because it's in play. And
it's dry right now, and yours is in the lake.
Dry. Yours just killed a goose.
Yeah, I'm with Woody. I don't even want to get started, and then I don't want to buy the gear either. My God, I don't think that's my crowd either. I feel like I would rather do a hobby that involves maybe a little bit more redneck environment, like not all the way, but like a tan neck. Like I feel like there's some real pale faces out there.
I'd like some neck hobby.
I'd like a black guy to be there. That's what I'm trying to say. Like is
that how you see next? You like take the average of the group?
That's one of the things I always liked about paintball. It's like, we got like 3 black guys here. This is fucking solid. This is a real hobby.
What's a tan guy hobby that's not too exhausting.
Swimming.
Ooh, fucking what's that? The frisbee golf. That's a real dude sport. That's not as trendy as it was like 5-10 years ago, but
yeah,
it had its moment in the sun.
Yep.
Yeah, we got one of the. I played a little bit. Like I had one of those frisbee disc fucking. I don't know, the thing you throw at in the backyard. One of the official ones with the chains and shit. It was fun for like a day. I don't know.
No, there's a
it's
nice
like frisbee by yourself. You know what I mean? It's like then
in
you
my
walk
area.
over.
There's a couple to choose from, and Colin's got the whole like. This is his fucking putter. This is his like chipping frisbee. Yeah. This is his driver.
They're expensive. Yeah, I'm sure you may have bought a few.
Yeah, I don't think he has the high end stuff, but
what
I'm saying is like
it's plastic or rubber. They're heavier than you'd think.
Yeah, they may even be made out of something else. I always wanted a boomerang growing up. That's another one of those childhood. I wanted spurs and a boomerang. I had and
you didn't have a boomerang?
Well, we'd go on vacation and you'd always find boomerangs and like gift shops and stuff. And I'd be like, boomerang, give me that. But it'd be a piece of shit boomerang. So I'd get it home and I'd throw it and it'd just break or whatever. I got a real boomerang like 8 years ago, though. That thing's fucking cool. It would actually work. One of those triangular ones. Like I remember when Wings was staying with me, we were playing with that thing. Those are actually cool. Those are. I don't know.
I
how
should
you
buy a
use
boomerang
though,
because I like boomerangs. And then as a kid, I had a bunch of them. I had 2 ends, 3 ends, 4 ends. I think the boomerangs. Maybe they had a hula hoop phase in my childhood where they were briefly popular.
Yeah, that does. I thought about a boomerang in fucking 25 years, but I do remember getting one of those like just standard Australian looking boomerangs and just like heaving it into the woods as hard as I could, and it just not a semblance of turn.
Right,
just a frozen rope of straight.
Was your technique right?
No, I was like 6, 7. So I guarantee
probably not. Then probably not. No. There's a lot of technique with the standard one, like from the cartoons and like I don't know. I guess the ones that the Abos would have thrown. Is that where they came from? Is that an Aboriginal weapon / tool that they had?
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, how useful could it be?
What else did they invent? Who's the Edison of the Aboriginals? Who invented the first
whoever the boomerang guy is?
Some Pacific Islanders on surfboards, probably.
I think those are hard to throw, but the triangular ones are super easy. You kind of just overhand that bitch and it comes back to you.
Yeah, but then they curve way up high and then circle back down at you.
Yeah,
kind of do which helps you get in the right spot.
Right, you can see it coming before it hits you in the face.
I remember seeing like Discovery Channel stuff as a kid where they'd talk about using boomerangs for hunting, like the tribes in Australia or whatever. And even at like a young age, I'm like, I don't know if there's a ranged weapon I'd rather not have than that.
A rock's better. A rock is better.
Ever. Like, shit, I caught me again. Caught my own head.
You had to.
Why do I keep throwing the thing that comes back?
This sucks. We should invent something else. Nope, we're forging ahead with the boomerang. One guy got a cool stick once. It came back, and they're like, "We're all in."
A nice smooth stone would be so much more effective. Just like a good baseball size smooth,
a bow and arrow,
sling,
an addle,
a blowgun. Anything's better than a bow and than a spear.
Was the strategy that you threw it past the guy and he thinks you missed and then it comes back and hits him in the back?
Looney Tunes,
like
the Warcraft of a boomerang.
That's how the Aboriginals waged war. Is like one of the greatest victories was achieved by painting a tunnel onto the side of a mountain, and the enemies ran into it, knocked themselves out, and then they were boomeranged under. So that's fascinating history in that part of the world.
Magic paint and dynamite was it
until the cameras came by and stole their souls or whatever Zoolander taught us.
They would trick them. They'd make a very ornate painting at the end of a cliff, and then they'd run through it, and then they'd look down, and it would take 2 seconds for them to fall.
They'd put a rocket on their back and shoot themselves, and then when the opponents tried to do the same, that rocket was a dud.
Yes, so that's how they did war. A fascinating culture, of fascinating people. I don't know anything about them other than boomerangs. About their warring and their fighting.
I know they huff gasoline. I know that.
Yeah, but this is old timey. I'm talking about. They didn't have gasoline when they were boomeranging around. Right?
I don't understand how huffing gasoline works.
No?
Seems like a terrible way to
make
get
you sick.
All right. Well, it will make you sick.
Hey, this is Ed probably knows. Do you smell gasoline often?
Yeah, Ed, tell us about huffing gasoline.
do when I'm not supposed to, when the cars are leaking it, which I have certainly experienced, not to the point of getting high off of it. Kyle, how does that work?
I just remember there was a guy in high school, and he would open the generator that we had in the tool room and welding, and he'd take like a brown paper bag and like get all the vapors in it, and then he'd like inhale the vapors into the paper bag. He was putting like a little bit of gasoline in the bottom of it so it would like vaporize and then hitting it. And like, all those chemicals and the lack of oxygen seemed to send him to a crazy place where he saw things and kind of blacked out a little bit and then giggled, and then he'd get a headache.
Did he seem like he was having fun or no?
Honestly, I mean, this was like an everyday thing. Like he was.
That's too
How
much.
were his grades?
Well,
Low.
not great. Not great.
I
no child left behind. This was George Bush era.
He wasn't left behind. No.
Yeah, this is kind of we may be putting the cart before the horse here. I don't know if his grades would have been great prior
Either
to
way.
huffing.
There's
gas.
nature, nurture, cause, effect. It's hard to tell what's up here.
Yeah, but people huff all sorts of people huff all sorts of things.
Oh, have you seen the galaxy gas stuff that like kids are using now?
I googled it. Isn't it just nitrous oxide?
Yeah, bring up a picture of it, Zach. It's like they're just these giant canisters, and it's nitrous oxide, and people are huffing it and like making themselves retarded because like if you like it's the fastest track to becoming an actual retard is huffing this stuff like in your formative years. And like the company that makes it, called Galaxy Gas, was like, hey, can you bring up a picture that shows the full canister and also the flavors on it? I read an article
It's
that,
flavored, so you're supposed to huff it.
yes. So is like they had a little commercial that was like, this is meant for making premium cocktails and adding a flavor of zest to your martini or whatever the fuck with like our berry flavor. And it's like, no, this is for huffing. You're selling fruit punch flavored nitrous oxide.
Man, I was thinking about making some mixed drinks tonight. How do I get these flavors?
Yeah, and then Zach, they sell a mouthpiece. Like, what
is that on shelves now?
Yeah, people.
These people are going to be briefly wealthy.
Show me the whole apparatus, if you will. Like I'm imagining the end like a vape.
Wow.
Show us a picture.
Okay, it's one of those nipples that
it.
you fill balloons essentially, or even do like frosting or whatever.
Maybe they don't call it a mouthpiece.
It's one of the nipples that you like tip to the side and it goes off, whatever you call that.
Yeah, and they don't call it a mouthpiece on your Cool Whip.
It's
Cool
for
Whip,
filling
Ready
balloons.
Whip, whatever it is.
You can share, right? You could just. I wonder how. It probably says how many balloons it fills. Man, that's crazy. I didn't realize it was. Look how big that canister is.
Yeah, that's so much gas.
Is that how big it is?
Yeah, they're big. I saw like you see videos on social media of people hitting it, and then just like they'll be like, "Oh, how's it feel?" And he's like, "Oh, it was very good." And it's like just the size of these canisters, and it's got like a cupcake on it. They're trying to get kids.
Is this from like their marketing material? That would be hilarious.
There's a cupcake on it.
Yeah, there's a fucking cupcake on it. No, this definitely isn't to get kids to huff a dangerous gas.
I'm full boomer on this. I can't believe this is happening.
I know. I was aghast too. Where I'm like, man, is this what getting older is like? Seeing this and being like, we got to shut it down, guys. We can't be having a whole generation of retards.
Look how dystopian that last screenshot was with the sterile Walmart with the LED lighting. These two, like if you saw this thumbnail 40 years ago, you'd be so confused.
Yeah, I'm just going to Target in my I Love Latinas hat to get high on Galaxy Gas. Yeah, just my standard Tuesday at 1 p.m. Just gonna get fucked up. Walmart.
You want to put this behind glass or something, right? Otherwise, people just huff it in the stores, hypothetically.
I see behind the counter for sure.
Yeah, I don't even know where you can buy this.
It doesn't look behind the counter.
They don't sell it at my my weed shop, or I would have noticed. They sell all the other like edgy stuff. They sell nicotine vapes and THC vapes, but they also sell like kratom and that other thing that's like green powder or whatever. They sell mushrooms. I think now there are mushrooms that are psychotropic or whatever, but they're legal. At the same time, there's some sort of skirting the legal line with legal mushrooms now. But I'm not into mushrooms at all, so I have no idea. But yeah, they don't sell that stuff there. That seems like it'd be really easy to abuse way too much. I don't know what that drug does to you long term. but I've seen cop videos where a lady got pulled over and her entire floorboard was full of them. Like you couldn't see a square inch of carpeting in her floorboard of her vehicle because it was jingle jangling with, they look like the CO2 cartridges from pellet rifles and CO2 guns. If you know those 12-gram CO2s, not these big, cool cupcake flavored tankards that we're finding now. But she had the whole, the jingle jangling in there. And they're like, ma'am, are you under the influence of anything? And she's like, no, no.
It doesn't last long. Get the nitrous.
Yeah, so they're hitting them over and over. You know, they're really going to town. Clearly,
I saw Walmart sells them, as we mentioned. I looked on Amazon; they don't sell them, from what I could tell. But they sold every competitor. You could definitely buy essentially this.
I just found. I just linked Galaxy Gas's website, and like the recipes section is like, come on, come the fuck on. No one is making Freedom Pop popsicles with your Galaxy Gas. I would no, there's no, like literally no one's doing that. People are getting fucked up. Someone is.
There's restaurants and bartenders who are making like, and I bet like chefs that because it's, you know, they could like floof up certain desserts and stuff. There's legitimate reasons to have that, but 99% of their business is people abusing it as a drug. And how old do you have to be to order those? How old do you have to be?
Ooh, let's try and order. You guys want to get addicted to nitrous?
No. I am not touching a new drug.
Like that.
No more new drugs. Like
what if we
Kyle, it's so nice they mail it to you.
Get the fuck out of here!
I have to be like, Kyle, you just haven't been the same since you got addicted to Galaxy Gas, and you're like, I'm fine. I don't even need it. Look at you,
spacing, bro. What if I was convinced that it was? What if I was convinced it was opening my third eye or my chakra, and I kept like telling you that like seriously, like that's what you had to deal with as I abused the Galaxy Gas.
That'd be tragic. What do you have to watch like you become retarded over time? You like just forget what you're saying, and you're like, no, it's because I'm making a sparkling refreshment watermelon lemonade is what I'm doing. It's like, no, you're not. That's not what you're doing.
I don't want any of that. That seems a little easy to abuse. I bet it's cheap. How old though? Did we ever find out?
There's no age. You can just buy it on Amazon.
That's messed
really
up.
News.
Bro,
if you like search it on Twitter or Google and like try and find videos of people using it, it's all people that I would guess are under 21, like probably a lot under 18, because it's just an easy way to get fucked up.
Well, that's my least favorite new trend. My most favorite new trend is the amateur PDF file hunter on YouTube. I saw one the other day and it was themed. I like any YouTube channel that has a Halloween episode. That's how I know you're big time. When you got some seasonal stuff, all right. Do a haunted car thing. It's Halloween season. Let's find a spooky car that may something like that. I enjoy that sort of thing. Rewind me 3 seconds. What am I talking about?
Your favorite trend and your least favorite trend. Your favorite trend.
Dude, it was the pedophile that they caught at. So they lure the pedophile to like Walmart or something, and then they humiliate them with their text messages. But it's not Chris Hansen. It's just a YouTuber.
Just some dude.
It's just some dude. And like 3 of his buddies, when they've got like chaw in their mouths, and they're just like, looks like you wanted to put your fingers in Roberto's butthole, huh, boy? And he's like, I just want to get out of here. Come on, Robert Stevenson from 37, just doxing him and shit. And then out of nowhere, a guy from behind, because they're at the entrance of a Walmart, has a pumpkin, like a 12, 15-pound pumpkin. And he overhands this thing into the back of the predator's head and KOs him. The guy hits his head again on the hard fucking tile floor. And that was the end of the TikTok.
Did they get him? Or were they like, all right, dude, mission accomplished?
Who? The predator or the man who assaulted him with the pumpkin?
Did they pay for the pumpkin?
Dude, it's the internet. That's not how the internet works anymore. It just ends and you get no you get no story.
Yeah, I would like a follow-up.
I would too.
I didn't see the video.
That's what a TikTok's supposed to do. Lure you into the long form YouTube content. There's probably a whole thing.
That was as long form as I could find. I delved. I couldn't find the full story. They don't do enough of the I would watch a 30-minute video on To Catch a Predator stuff, but it's always just this 30-45 second clip of them just kind of beating him up in a Walmart dressing room. like I see a lot of that.
I follow Rascal McGovern's, the guy on Twitter, and that guy is like seemingly putting up like Babe Ruth style numbers in the pedo catching game. Just
all right.
Just every other day, he's like, got another one. This guy was looking at some not so legal images on his phone. Watch me, and like he's like, it looks like an enormous guy, and he's just like, watch me just go bully this pedophile for 20 minutes and get really in his face and intimidate. And I remember the first video I saw of him. I'm like, oh, this like big chubby guy. This is years ago. And then I saw clips of him since then where he's like, just doing a little workout. This is a 575 squat, 5x8. And I'm like, oh, okay. So this guy's here to put fear in the hearts of these pedos. He needs to be ready if it ever, but thankfully for him, doesn't seem like these are very big guys usually kind of squirrely and small, or
every single
small and fat.
One of the biggest complaints from the Chris Hansen days of To Catch a Predator was they'd kind of get off lightly or scot-free. In the early season, there were no police involvement. It was just sort of a public shaming and outing for them, which was months delayed because of the broadcast date. But these guys I've never seen what I'll call a modern day amateur To Catch a Predator, where it didn't end with them like whooping the guy's ass. It's usually a good solid slap. They'll start slapping him around and making him cry. They'll like humiliate him, start making him apologize and like pray. There's so many just random people doing it. Mm-hmm. They'll just beat the guy up. I mean, they'll hit you with a pumpkin. They'll pumpkin you.
They'll pumpkin you, man.
The vigilante system.
They should, give the guy a fair trial before they pumpkin him.
And I always say, like I'm glad they're pumpkining pedophiles, like more the merrier. Like I can't wait to see what they do around Christmas or, oh my God, Thanksgiving with the frozen turkeys. Oh, you'll kill a man with a frozen turkey. You can't be doing that.
Nah, there's got to be something to do with Christmas balls, right?
Doing those giant candy canes or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Home Alone
smashing glass,
stocking full of with coins or something.
I know. I got a pedophile's address, and so I'm gonna put a hot coil on his doorknob. I'm gonna do epic
reverse Home Alone.
I'm gonna pull an epic prank. I'm stealing his identity. And I'm applying for high interest loans from foreign governments, and he's going to get audited, and it's going to come up, and he's going to go to jail. Ultimate pranks.
Very distasteful things on some sketchy message boards. Yeah, I really enjoyed the new wave. There's nobody who's risen and like the cream of the crop amongst the new crew. But you're telling me Rascal McGovern puts on a good show. What's his YouTube channel? I genuinely want to see.
I don't know what his YouTube channel is. I just see a clip every now and then on Twitter of it. And in fairness, I don't follow any other person that does this, and so I don't know. I don't actually know what maybe his aren't.
You worry it gets fake. I feel like these reaction and things that happen with strangers start real, and then they need to top it and recreate it on a schedule.
I think that faking this would open you up to all sorts of legal action. Like
you recall the prank channels, right? Where at first I'm putting butter on the ground or something, and my girlfriend's literally slipping on it, and then after a while she's bumbling around the saran wrap like she can't.
It's a little different though. We're outing people as criminals and then beating them and prosecuting them. Like the police are getting involved. People go to jail. Like you would have to frame someone's life up, publicly.
If that's real,
why if anything, that's what makes this so real is that it's as real as it gets. Like usually they
go to jail.
And some of them, it depends on the.
Sounds like these guys are just wackadoos who hit people with pumpkins.
Sometimes they just
away.
Pumpkin people. Look, it's a mixed organization out there. They don't have an official.
Don't do the crime if you can't do the.
That's what I'm saying. I want to find the guy, the one who does the. I want the guy who shows me the groundwork. I want to meet the decoy. Like, I want to meet this like 18-year-old guy or 20-year-old guy who's like, yeah, I know, I look 15. Let's get some creeps. And like I want to see that whole portion. I want to see like the little room, like the LAN center with them with their AOL chats open, all these little bubbles open.
Are the pedo hunters mostly guys, right? Not the hunters. I meant to say the PDF files, right? Those guys are mostly men.
Mostly men. It's
only
like
seen men.
1 out of 30 will be a woman.
What about the fake victims? Do they tend to be boys or girls?
Both.
Okay.
I'm sure they mix and match, just trying to throw a wide net, catch whoever they can.
They use all the they've got a bunch of decoy like profiles on various message boards or wherever the fuck people go to approach minors online. I don't know.
I found his
Poor Ed.
Alex Rosen is his name. I fight for kids, and his tweet from 21 hours ago was fucking scroll up. It was confronting pedophile number 2 for the day. Multiple people, and then he caught up to it. He's like, he just admitted to receiving child porn. Cops are on their way, and it's like,
oh shit.
All right, well, it seems like a lot of these guys, guy's getting them locked up. So
I bring this up, Taylor, because it sounds like there's no regulation. Like we don't have to go get licenses to do this. We could just, get together and
put some lines in the water.
Let's get some lines in the water is all I'm saying. All right. You know what I mean? Like, we could outsource this.
I'm with Woody. I think you would have some huge wins and you would catch a couple and produce these beautifully done TikToks that are 58 seconds long and get 25 million views and really have this crisis of like, as a social media content creator, like, well, how do I have another one of these flashes in the pan if nobody's taken the bait this week? And then you just, find creepy uncle and you're like, hey, I'm going to hit you in the back of the head with a softer than it seems pumpkin in the middle of a Walmart. And you end up.
We'd have first of all, we'd spend 3 months coming up with a funny name. But once we had that down, and we'd get to work. All right. And we'd have integrity about it. And we'd have
an assembly line of these guys.
We would dress like the Ghostbusters. I swear we have to dress like the Ghostbusters. And we have like squirt gun packs. Like it looks like we got because I want it to be lighthearted. I don't want it to be I don't want to get murdered in a Walmart parking lot because we called somebody a PDF file.
I would like to do like and I confront him and I'm like, so you're here to meet 11-year-old Susie? How about you come out, 11-year-old Susie? And then Kyle, you come out like in pigtails and a dress, like you're wearing a girl's out. There was no reason; it was all online. But you're wearing it. And you're like, no, not such a young little girl, is she? No, that would be funny.
Not what you were hoping for, is it? Well, no. I've got even worse news.
Well, I'm sorry. We're either going to call the police or you have to spend 5 minutes in the pumpkin cage with Jared. We don't make the rules. We make all the rules.
I mean,
he's catching a lot of people, so that's good.
Yeah. I'm glad somebody's out there doing it. I do always worry about the mentally disabled and the foreigners who don't understand age of consent rules and laws in the United States getting swept up in these investigations.
That's on them, though. They gotta fucking learn the laws.
That's fair.
That's what's keeping you up at night is the wrong guy accused or the ones that's misunderstood.
I worry about that one Pakistani guy who was just confused about the law, and he had a concussion from the war, and he clicked the wrong link or whatever, and all of a sudden he's getting domed with a pumpkin. He'd never even seen a pumpkin before. That poor Pakistani fuck. What
war did the Indian guy get? What war did the Indian guy get hurt in?
The Kashmiri conflict.
Yes, he got hit by a stick in that dance off that Pakistan and India do all the time. They're like, look how serious we are about war. I'm going to march at you so fucking hard.
The border change thing with the big mustachioed guards. Yeah. Dude, I like the idea of that they've still got that sort of, to me, that's lighthearted enough that, it's not too serious, right? I think when they stop bringing the mustachioed guys out in their pompous uniforms, that's when it's for realsies. Like when
Can you imagine how much more peace we'd have in the world if it was just like the Israelis and the Palestinians just having a little dance off down there?
I want to see that conflict.
You got served, Palestine.
Right? I want to see Ray Gun from Australia teach this people how to break. Dun, dun, dun. Right? Do the kangaroo, whatever it is. And she's an Olympic breakdancer. She would know what she's doing.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Ray Gun.
What an epic prank. I'm team her.
I thought I was alone on her team. I thought it was just me.
No, just making a total mockery of a retarded event. It's like, you go, girl, just ruin it. And someone's being like, she stole a spot from another fucking weirdo who should have been there dancing instead. And it's like, no one cares about this. This is in between commercials for
dude. I I wanted to say all of this, but then Wolf was on that episode and he was like, "Yeah, I'm a breaker. I've been breaking since I've been breaking it down since 1989, actually." And
so was he aghast at this ray gun?
Yeah, he had real feelings about it, so we couldn't mock it. He was like, "Yeah, like he was like, it makes us all look bad in the breaking community."
Yeah, that's what makes you guys look bad.
We were going to parties, we were getting prom dates. It was like a real thing in our lives, and now it's ray gun.
No, he did it like semi-professionally or something. He was in like a troupe or something. Like he was traveling around breaking it down.
Yeah, he's in the breaking community and he's serious about it.
So we couldn't mock it effectively. I forgot all about that. It's so silly. It's the goofiest thing.
It looks ridiculous.
Honestly, I couldn't tell that I saw this video where it showed her dance and then this is what it's supposed to be. Mm-hmm. I think it looked pretty comparable to me. I don't know. Yeah. One's the kangaroo, one's something I don't recognize. It's all good.
I like putting myself in her headspace and I gotta say, one of my top Olympians, frankly, all time. That's such a good prank. That's so funny. But her, just getting a free vacation to fuck around. But just imagining being in that headspace. You're like day 4 of your incredible vacation, fully paid. You got 2 more days afterward, and you're like, all right, showtime. And you go out there knowing that you're just gonna freewheel it and just kind of snap at people a little bit. So
to the shopping cart.
Yeah, and then the announcers having to be an interesting start off the start, because they can't even immediately be like, this is absurd, because what they're doing as a whole is absurd.
I felt like Wolf did. I every so often, some 100-meter freestyler from Senegal makes it, and he can barely finish 2 lengths of the pool. That's 100 meters. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, man, I'd give my left nut. Literally, I would give my left nut to be in this event. And, this person makes it and they can't swim. They're hardly. Yeah.
But he's the best from Senegal. I like that.
That is how it works. Yeah.
See, all right. But see,
you should be realistic. Yeah.
Usually at those Olympic events is this split of tenths or hundredths of seconds. And it's okay, I guess we were all about the same. I feel bad that the 4th place guy who was just literally a nose away, but including the Senegalese guy who can barely fucking swim. Now we've got a little gap. I wish the gap was deeper between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. I wish there was more incompetent swimmers.
Yeah. So what happens in America, where it's very competitive, is to even make Olympic trials, you need to have a verified time that proves that you're world class. It seems like everyone in the Olympics should be able to make that verified time. Just because you make trials, obviously most of those people don't even make the team. That's not too high a bar to clear to be an Olympic athlete, qualify for trials.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, just because you're the fastest swimmer in Senegal doesn't mean that you get to be in the Olympics.
Yeah.
There's only,
that's
a few heats. And so there are, yes, in most cases, there's not, one from every country there.
You could get a cool running scenario where the Jamaican
That's right. The Jamaican bobsled team pioneered such a.
You got to take the water wings off, sir. I tried to find the story, and this must be the one I was thinking of. This the Somali minister of athletics or whatever, they were sending for the women's 100-meter, and they had other people who could run. I don't know if that's one of the countries that traditionally does well or not. And it was running, and he just sent his niece. And so you see the lineup of the women, and it's that bitch knows how to run 100%. That bitch can get going. And then you get to her, and it's she giving water to the competitors. What's going on here? And then she runs it's slower than I would have ran it, and I would have got blown out. This guy was literally
not built for speed.
No, I'm too boxy. my big birthing hips. Yeah, but that almost. At first, I was thinking man, that must be his favorite niece. It actually might be his least favorite niece, because that's humiliating.
I just don't care about the Olympic athletes other than seeing the hot chicks. And then Reddit keeps taking those subreddits away, which is a goddamn shame. What I would like to see is some sort of, I know the Eagles did it forever ago, where they had some sort of tryout where maybe they picked a player out of the best of the tryout guys or whatever. I think the Marky Mark might have made a movie.
There was
about that.
an NFL lockout at the time. So they played games with all scabs, and they were just like, all right, were you like a high school star? We need like 50 players.
I'd like to see that. That would be a great reality show. Like if someone was doing a reality show for a chance to be on a starting lineup somewhere, that would be neat. To discover some athlete who was, I don't know, like, drummed out of a league because of X, Y, or Z. Just some Canadian football player who's trying to go again. I'd watch that. But I don't.
Well, last time I was on here, we talked about the steroid games as.
Oh, of course,
yeah.
Did that ever happen? That's the last time I thought about it was when we were talking, but that just jogged my memory.
That didn't happen.
I'm not going to do that.
No, that would be so much better though.
Oh yeah,
so much more because I don't watch any Olympic sports ever. I'll watch some of the hockey in winter if they allow the NHL players to play. If they don't let the NHL players play, why would I want to watch lower tier?
It's supposed to take place next year, Zach says. Happening next year.
Here we go.
That would be
after the Tyson fight.
Yeah, right after we get back to the moon.
Happening.
Yeah,
I told you that wasn't happening. They kept.
But wait, it's not official, right? It's happening. I thought.
I just don't believe it. I don't
read about
believe
it
it will happen. They keep saying it's going to happen. It seems to me it's been a win.
But I think Jake Paul thinks it's happening. Like he's training for it, and he wants to fight. I don't think he would be putting himself on ice if he didn't think it was happening. Does that make sense?
Maybe so. Maybe I'm wrong. It just seems so absurd to do that fight. It seems dangerous, and
it's less than a month away.
Okay. I say Paul beats the brakes off Mike Tyson. I don't see it going any other way. And he might embarrass him, and it might like damage his legacy worse than it already is. Like, I don't know. It's a terrible idea.
I think that's possible. Yeah. I wouldn't bet against it, but it's not. I think Paul's going to win, but I hope that Tyson looks like a fighter.
I sent a video to you on WhatsApp today. It's Steven Seagal. This is very recent, like this week or something. And he's doing his fake shit jitsu techniques. He's teaching Alex Pereira, the current light heavyweight champion of the world, the baddest man I can imagine.
I get attached to these people.
All right, so I think I'm 95% sure that what will happen is an MMA star will allow him to come into the camp so that they can basically mock him to his face by taking him seriously. It's like reverse mockery. By taking him seriously, they sort of draw attention to his nonsense, and then people like us see it and we laugh at him. It was hilarious. He's showing him how to like, he's like, oh, see how you hit with your knuckles like this and like that. And he's kind of like being a little bit too rough with Alex Pereira. Like you're like jerking him around a little bit.
Careful.
And yeah, right. He's the scariest man in the world right now, I think. Steven Seagal has always been. Remember when he took credit for Anderson Silva's teep kick that Chris Weidman maybe or whoever like knocked him the fuck out?
Weidman never lost to Silva, but I do remember what you're talking about. Was it Belfort? Maybe.
I don't remember who it was, but Anderson Silva kicked this guy like up in the chin, like straight up the middle, and knocked him out. And I guess Steven Seagal had been going over that technique in training, or at least he claimed he had. And so he immediately took credit for it. And Anderson Silva, to mock Steven Seagal, was like, oh yeah, that's Sensei Seagal taught me that technique.
Yeah, he used the Seagal kick.
That's the Seagal maneuver. And he even mentioned that when he was in this recent video with Alex Pereira. He's like, yeah, that's the reason Anderson Silva became a champion.
What is it, China or Japan that he like goes to and like wears robes and pretends to be a guru?
Oh, I'm glad. Okay, so apparently what's his martial art, Woody? It's fake. It's not.
Akimbo,
it's a real
maybe?
martial art.
Aikido, maybe.
Aikido.
Right?
So apparently he is an Aikido master for what that's worth, and he's a very big man. And he was always a strong guy who was way too rough with stunt guys and would actually beat people up and hit people so it would look better on screen.
What a douchebag.
He trained in Japan, and he has it's been exposed now, his lies about who he trained under, because he always claimed that he learned from like the guy who invented that martial art or something like that, but the timeline doesn't add up. All that aside, more recently he's been licking Vladimir Putin's boot heels so that he can get in good. He has a Russian passport now and I think a Bulgarian passport that they've given him. Like his quotes on Vladimir Putin are things like, he's the most magnificent leader in the world, a fantastic man, a hero to mankind. I don't know if it's a fake headline, but I saw where he was requesting to go to the front lines to fight the Ukrainians. And clearly he does. Clearly what he wants is Vladimir Putin like, no, we'll keep you in reserve, Sensei Seagal. Only in the time of greatest need would we send you.
You know what? I'm going to call bluff. Get rid of this fucking retard. I'm so sick to death of him. Come up to me and grab back of my neck and say, you want to learn technique?
That would be the most Russian thing of all time. If Vladimir Putin was like,
if Vladimir Putin kills Steven Seagal,
he let him go into battle.
So funny. Dude, the way it would happen is because you guys have seen the clips of Putin playing ice hockey, where he's not agile, he's not quick, and so all the other hockey players are kind of letting him steal the puck. But if he did a judo match with Steven Seagal might kill him because he's like 7 feet tall.
See if that's ever happened.
Putin's like a 5'8" guy or something.
Search for like Steven Seagal, Vladimir Putin grappling. See if that's ever actually occurred. If they ever actually like messed around with.
Because that would be a true test of Seagal's like self-awareness. If he went no holds barred against Vladimir Putin.
He's known for doing that with absolutely everyone. Like on Saturday Night Live, like he was hurting people. You know what I mean? Like they're doing a sketch on Saturday Night Live. Yeah, he insisted that the final sketch be him beating up a room full of oil executives because at the time he was very into environmentalism. Like it's oil executives like bragging about how much their profits and pollution.
I need this oil for my hair.
I wanted to do that to the wrong person. I wanted to do it to like Jonah Hill or something, then find out the guy's really trained.
Well,
the right guy? The one who used to be heavy?
Yeah, well, he did it to that one guy, and that guy choked him out, and he pooped himself.
Oh, was he a bouncer? Do I have the story right?
He's a famous like combat person. I can't remember what his deal was, a wrestler or something. And he choked Seagal unconscious on a movie set, and Seagal shit himself.
Beautiful. I love
that's
it.
That's the great story.
And even that didn't tarnish the reputation of excellence. That's
right.
No.
It's like, oh man, that was embarrassing. I gotta move to Russia.
He's got some good movies. I like Steven Seagal movies. He's always breaking people's elbows and shins are popping out.
Aren't they good in the way? Because I haven't really watched them, but they're good in like that hokey, silly way. Right? They're not actually good movies.
So what happened was he made one good movie. It's called Under Siege, and it's basically Die Hard on a boat. And it's a good movie. It's genuinely good. I think it's got a famous writer, a famous director, and somehow they kept Steven Seagal under wraps. Tommy Lee Jones is the villain, and he plays like a wackadoo villain and outacts Steven Seagal so much that Seagal looks chill in comparison. But everything else that he's ever made is a piece of shit, like nonsense, goober craziness.
Yeah.
He's wanted for. Okay. I guess he's done a little maping of his own. I do remember there was this.
Maybe he was hanging out with Diddy.
Well, he was forcing women to stay. He was like hiring women under the guise that they'd be like his assistant or his something or another, like work for him closely, and then essentially kidnapping them, like you can't leave, sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And I think he was trying to, do sexual stuff to them as well. I remember him in a court proceeding having a blankie, like, and then them being like, "What do you have there?" And he's like, "It's my ceremonial shawl or whatever," and it's calming for me. He's got some Tibetan shawl that the Dalai Lama himself gave him. Like, he's so weird that he's got connections like that. Like, the Dalai Lama did give him that fucking blankie.
You think any of these people like him, though? Or they're like, my Lord Dalai Lama, it's finally the 18th.
Is he still that big of a star somewhere that we need to kiss Steven Seagal's ass for anything?
No. I can't imagine that, like, Putin or any of these guys want to hang out with them. Like, there's no way Vladimir Putin is like, "Oh, you are from Under Siege, my most favorite movie." Like, no, he's probably annoying as shit.
I think those world leaders like that, they love getting their asses kissed, and they lean into it. You saw the way that Kim Jong-un leaned into it. He's like a big basketball fan, like a big NBA fan, and having Dennis Rodman start kissing his ass. Like Dennis Rodman goes over there and goes on some sort of world tour. Like he gets the creme de la creme of North Korea, whatever that is. And when he comes back, he's a misunderstood man. He's a misunderstood man, a great leader. That's what I call him. I call him great leader.
I call him great leader.
That's what Rodman sounds like.
Dude, wouldn't that be kind of weird though? Like, what if you went to North Korea and you're like 3 hours hanging out with Kim Jong-un, and you're like, damn, this guy's the best. This guy's so funny. He's so friendly. He's giving me access to his harem and all these tasty. Yeah, it's like
the interview.
Yeah,
you'd be like Simple Jack and not want to come back home.
Yeah,
Sony got hacked over that. North Korea hacked Sony and exposed all their financials and a lot of their projects and IP stuff because of that movie. It was an international fucking event. And I think that they censored the movie to some extent because in the unrated version, Kim Jong-un's face like really melts off slowly and really graphically. It's like out of nowhere because the movie is violent. There's some fingers that get bitten off earlier, and that's like crazy and silly over the top. But when Kim Jong-un's face gets ripped off in like the unrated version, it's like, whoa, well, that came out of nowhere. I wasn't prepared. Oh, shit.
Well, he was on that exploding helicopter.
Yeah.
And they showed a lot of the death part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they didn't have much of a sense of humor about that. So we talked about it last week. North Korea sending 10,000 troops apparently to Russia. So what I read, Woody, there's like 3,000 of them or some special unit that's been training in secret in Eastern Russia for the last like year or something like that. So those guys are being sent in. And the latest from Zelensky is if he's not invited into NATO, he's going to build a nuclear weapon. He says he can build one in as little as like a couple weeks or something like that. Because you may not know this, I didn't until today. Ukraine is where all the nuclear weapons were made in the Soviet Union. They've got like factories built and ready to go to like make nuclear weapons. They had the third highest amount of nuclear weapons before they gave them all up behind us and Russia.
I know they have nuclear power, so it makes sense that like they're not just some idiots and with podcasts.
Yeah. We don't have any nucleare power at all. Not one of us.
We don't even know where to start.
Nope.
Have a little. Oh, come on. There's a YouTube video.
You have to sell a lot of cars.
You need a little.
Kyle's like, I could do it. I'll start Googling.
All right. So,
dude, there was a. I don't know if you've heard this.
Like 800 smoke detectors.
I don't know if you've heard this story.
Google that.
I don't. I'll have to try, or maybe Zach can find the guy's name. There was this kid like a couple decades ago in like the U.S., like one of the Dakotas. I don't fucking know, but
the nuclear
he became
like.
Yeah, the nuclear Boy Scout. I'm not surprised. This is the kind of thing you would know. This guy like got obsessed with nuclear power, and so like secretly started getting material that he could build a nuclear reactor in a shed in his backyard with smoke detectors. And it got to the point that like people were having to investigate because they'd like detect a huge amount of radiation coming from like this neighborhood. And he had radiation burns at one point. If he was
from Zimbabwe, you guys would be mocking him.
Well, except this guy, if it didn't work, I think we'd mock him. But this guy was killing himself effectively with how effective his nuclear reactor was.
What do you got out there? Methamphetamine? You wish.
You wish. No, this guy
fucking wish. Yeah. I got 8 kilos of radium that I salvaged out of some old smoke detectors.
Yeah, so he built like a functional nuclear reactor that was not like a real deal one.
Well, wait a goddamn minute. Look at this.
It worked enough that it created power and it had the power to kill him.
Did he die?
Holy shit! Look, I think he's still alive.
Where is David Hahn now?
I want to know more about his reactor. I think it's what I said.
No, he's dead.
Oh man, I was thinking PKA 723. David Hahn's in the studio.
Unrelated.
He died in 2016 at the age of 39.
He died from intoxication of alcohol, fentanyl,
fell off a 4th floor balcony in Argentina.
They took his reactor away.
Oh, diphenhydramine. That is Benadryl, I think. Isn't it?
They took Homeboy's reactor away, and he never got it back.
Yeah, he probably OD'd because he was miserable.
Yeah, nuclear energy isn't usually
always the energy crisis.
And nuclear energy isn't usually a hobby that people go into. It's more of a profession. They sort of frown on you just. Dipping your toe into
that's a hobby. I'm okay with us legislating pretty stringently against.
What happened to libertarian? Where's the freedom of speech now? I can't have a miniature nuclear reactor in my basement. I can't fizz a few atoms here and there.
This is how I express myself.
When you're right, you're right.
The material is going to decay whether I'm harnessing its power or not, Taylor. It's going to happen.
I didn't build that school there.
Keeping the government out of the backyard.
They built that school there. Yeah, it's not my fault. The baseball diamond's glowing.
Yeah, I don't know nearly enough about radiation to start my own reactor. I saw a video of what the ladies' hands who used to like test the X-ray machines, like the nurses in the old timey doctor's office would like give themselves an X-ray and make, all right, it's on, it works every fucking day. And so they'd be all rotted out and like ruined. Their hands would be ridiculous.
It's like those radium watch lickers from like the 1920s where they would like lick the paintbrushes that had radium on it because they were painting radium to the watch face. And I guess back then they're like, bunch of radium on here, better straighten it out with my tongue 11 times every hour. And they're all like,
dude, that stuff is so
off.
Cool.
But I mean, at some point it's like, let's say you join that job and like one of your coworkers has like a whole half of her jaw missing because she's been doing it for 15 years. Like
they don't keep her on staff, bro. They usher her out for
you think retirement. They get her out of there?
She starts rotting away.
They put a Hannibal Lecter mask on her.
I was in a Russian armored personnel carrier and its gauges were that stuff. It's radium. And even it's pitch black in there. The thing buttons up completely. And it's like everything glows with no electricity at all. Like the thing could be completely out of power and you could be in the pitch black darkness, but you've got all your clusters and gauges and gizmos to operate because of the radium. It was.
You can buy radium jewelry and dishes and stuff.
Wow.
Oh, that's uranium.
Oh, am I mixing it up? Okay.
Yeah, it's uranium glass. That used to be the only use for uranium was making certain types of ceramics and certain types of glass that glow under black light or UV light, one or the other, maybe both.
Are there any nuclear cars?
No, not. They're a little hard to carry around, nuclear reactors at this point, other than in Back to the Future, right?
And I appreciate how gentlemanly you handled that terrible question. I thought I saw something on Back to the Future. Are there any nuclear cars?
We put them in submarines. And what is a car if not a land-dwelling small submarine?
Let's talk EV cars. What is happening to the EV market? Our producer, one of our producers, said that it was crashing, imploding. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, I mean it's been a wild time, especially as they've adjusted some of the incentives and things like that, and so they might need to go nuclear because the incentives no longer apply to like the European brands, and so like in February there was a massive miscalculation by Audi Financial versus Audi Corporate about how to set lease residuals, and so they ended up selling cars for more than Audi Financial was going to buy them back for in a year. And so effectively the leases were free. And so I leased my wife a $160,000 car for $250 a month, which is just the interest. We'll turn it back in because nobody wants it in a year. But yeah, it certainly seems like we've outpaced consumer demand there. They're not killing people with radiation burns, but people are finding that the long-term reliability just stinks and just not necessarily a thing.
What breaks on an electric car?
Well, there was a story this week about a Tesla that had 1.2 million miles on it, but it was on its 12th motor and 4th battery like that. Oh. It was framed as positive by the people that like electric cars, but it clearly is, that's ridiculous because it's not as though a gas car is going to go 1.2 million miles either, but the consequences from a renewable energy perspective are a little lower. And so I don't think we're there. It's been heavily, forced upon the automotive world for a few years, but right now, like really high-end electric cars, high-end Tesla Plaids or Lucids are depreciating about 5% a month when new.
Damn.
That's rapid. Yeah.
This might be me projecting, but like Elon Musk has taken a hard right turn. And EV purchasers are often leaning towards the left. I thought maybe that disconnect was part of the sales drop.
Well, seems like I wanted to ask you about this because Elon had, I don't know what that was or what he called it the other day, but he had his own like little trade show for himself where he unveiled the taxi, which is completely taken out of a couple sci-fi movies. That thing and the bus or the minibus van thing that looks very futuristic and very ripped off from that AI movie with Will Smith. But nonetheless, that's cool. That's cool. All right. Are those things going to be a thing? Like I remember when the Cybertruck was being teased and they said $40,000 for the base model. I was like, oh my God, that's such a deal. Like I'll get one. Okay. And now the thing's like $120,000, but they did make it. And I know it's got its issues, but it is what he promised. I mean, he made it and he delivered it. Is he going to deliver any of these taxis or what? I don't even know what he called the one thing, the bus or whatever. Zach, if you could find a photo of it, it looks ridiculous.
They've been selling all of their cars with these self-driving features, some of which you can't actually get yet for a long time based on this robo-taxi network concept that you are essentially going to be able to make money off of your Model 3 or Model Y while you weren't using it because it would Uber people around and then go to some central location for charging. That is a pretty ridiculous looking vehicle. It's like a no steering wheel, like you sit in it sort of thing.
You're facing all different directions. It's sort of like a party bus. And my first thought was, because I believe it was 12 people, and I was thinking, oh my God, the first disaster of that electric fucking bus thing there exploding and roasting 12 people that can't get out is going to be so. I just see the writing on the wall because his self-driving shit doesn't work yet. Like it doesn't work yet, and it may never work. Like I just can't believe that he's pressing forward with full automation here. I mean, that's cool as shit. That's cool as shit. I wish that worked. I'll say
his self-driving stuff there are certain circumstances, like they gave it out for free for a month to try to get people to subscribe for $12,000 or an extra $150 a month. Pretty solid. In the couple times that I rode in it, most of the people weren't interested in increasing their payment that much. But I mean, the cars have so many sensors, and he kind of took the same approach as like the early days of Uber of really ignoring all of the laws that made that not okay enough to get some real technology and market traction. And so the cars that are out there, I mean, they have the ability to do it. The problem is exactly like you say, it's a dangerous place out there, and you can get blamed whether you're driving or not driving for an accident that isn't actually your fault. And if that happens to something that could be the poster child for why self-driving electric cars are the evil that we have to tame, it could go really, really bad. And so there's endless disclaimers. But we had a guy, literally our VinWhiskey story today was a guy who set the autonomous cannonball record, or I think you'd call it a semi-autonomous because you still have to touch the steering wheel like at gas stations. But he did a New York to LA drive with about 98% not touching anything.
Wow.
In a Prius that doesn't have self-driving. So he did it with a Comma AI plug-in where you just put it in your OBD port, set up your phone as a dash cam.
What?
And it just uses the lane keeping and your phone. And so it doesn't even have side cameras. And he drove it 3,000 miles.
I feel like that's what Elon is selling.
It changes lanes, but if there's a car next to you, it hits it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, that's not ideal. That's like 3,000 miles of high stress. Like keep an eye out.
Yeah. I bet it's not as high stress as driving.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes you're in these autonomous, like being a passenger and someone who's not really paying attention. So they don't brake when they see brake lights. They brake when they notice the gap closing. And that's what always freaks me out, whether it's just adaptive cruise control or anything else, is I would be braking now, but I can tell my car isn't. And I believe it won't crash into that person. For the sake of my family that's in this car with me, I think I'm going to go ahead and brake. And then I've disrupted it and it'll start braking it. So, I mean, you have to have that confidence. And, technologically, I think it's pretty much there. But it's horrifying to somebody who loves cars. But I also, for my wife who curbs jump out in front of all the time, I can understand the allure.
Garage doors. Yeah. Women have the worst luck. It seems
terrible luck. I told you my mom was backing out of our garage when I was a kid in a minivan. and the sliding door was open, and it was like a Honda Odyssey that it was like the auto closing and opening doors was like new, and it was open, and she started like backing out of the garage with the door still open, and like just sheared the entire door off of the van. And so then we had to duct tape the car door closed and then drive around like retards for like 2 weeks, getting dropped off at school. And I'm like 8 years old from the duct tape van. And they'd be like, they're like, Taylor, what's wrong with your car? And I'm like, my mom's being retarded this morning. Just tore it right off.
My wife crashed into a retaining wall because the snow was beautiful and she was looking at that instead. And to her credit, like, that's the story she'll tell you. Like, yeah, I was looking at other stuff.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I think I've been in a car with Jackie one time, and I'm pretty sure she got into a minor accident immediately before we could leave.
Immediately before
her vehicle was parked in front of Woody's house, and we all went and got in it. And I could be wrong about this. He'll correct me. But I think she put it in drive instead of reverse and like rammed the retaining wall in front of us. Like
something like that.
First thing.
If I recall, maybe she got the running board or something by the door.
It was like a bang kind of. Is everybody okay? Kind of moment.
I stopped fixing that car for her. You broke it. That's what you get.
This is your car.
The lights on your running board will never turn on again because this is
you'll live.
I fastened my safety belt. I tensioned it up, maybe like tested it a little.
Oh,
we don't have to go to Red Robin. We can order in.
I'm always like, it's hard not to coach her to become a better driver, and she's like, you can drive. Like, well, how are you gonna learn?
Dude, remember how are you gonna learn? me and Woody, Joe Lozon, and my associate Jeremy were in Chicago and the suburbs of Chicago on these little one-way streets trying to park at this pizza restaurant for lunch, and Joe Lozon was bullying Jeremy so much. Like, just bullying the shit out of Jeremy because Jeremy can't fucking drive, and it was stressful for him. And Jeremy's just got to take it because Joe Lozon's a professional MMA fighter, and Jeremy knows that. Like, they've wrestled before, it didn't go Jeremy's way.
Shocker. Yeah. So, and I think a lot of us were kind of teasing Jeremy about what a poor job. It's like, hey, left up here, and he'd not do it, and he was just all wrong. I think Jeremy's maybe a guy who doesn't leave town very often, and just you put him in Chicago and he's just wildly uncomfortable and anxious.
Dude,
and
you don't even know.
I could not beat up Jeremy. Jeremy would whoop my ass. He's just so much stronger than me. But I'm sitting next to Joe Lozon, so I felt comfortable bullying him.
Oh, we were all giving him what for? Like, you gonna get the turn this time? Because we're like making circles around the block. So you gonna get it this time? It's the left. The left. No, that side. Don't look at me.
Your left hand makes an L.
And he's got that fucking Bostonian accent back there that Jeremy's never even heard before. So he doesn't understand half the words. So it was nice.
Is that a clash of accents? Does Jeremy have a thick Southern accent or not really?
Very thick, and he's missing a lot of teeth.
How long into your life did you have like a thick Southern accent, or did you never really develop it?
I think I dropped it in high school. I think I dropped it in high school, or like maybe right after high school. Certainly by the time I was like moved out and working in Atlanta, I dropped it. I didn't want to.
Is the story you heard somebody else in a thick accent and thought, nah, that's not who I want to be?
Well, that's a little bit of it. It's not that I heard one person and I was like, oh, that doesn't sound intelligent. It's like, every time I've ever heard it, it was like a Cletus. Look, I watched The Simpsons, right? Who's the one guy? There's like two guys with Southern accents. One of them's a cowboy who like has Confederate like upper stickers
and then there's Cletus
for a living. And then there's Cletus. And Cletus is like he's an idiot. He's the moron. He's the bumpkin. And so that's what you sort of associate with that accent. If someone's got too much of a drawl, let's say pronounce things a certain way. And so, like, I wanted to get rid of that. I don't like that. I don't like sounding like that. I get on the phone with my dad, though, and I'm, like, right into it. Or at least I dip my toe into it enough that it sticks to me for a little bit. Anytime I visit, same thing, especially if I hang around with too many of them. Like, if there's, like,
five or six
I was
jealous. Kyle seamlessly blends into any group. He's just socially
that's the car salesman
like that.
He's just good at mirroring.
I'm just friendly.
Good at mirroring.
He is. No, I didn't mean that as an insult. I don't know if it came out as such. But
okay.
I was envious of the talent because I did not fit in this group.
Which group was it?
Were you like, well,
it was after your friend
fellas.
died. I came down to see you.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's good old boys.
Well, hell, howdy, partners. Like, you just go like that.
Yeah, he's all like,
fellow kids.
And I'm like, I could never pull that off. They know I was imitating them.
Hello, fellow Southerners. Yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely not as down home country as some people are, but I did grow up, wearing camouflage and shooting deer, and there's like embarrassing pictures of like chubby cheeked me on a tailgate with a deer all covered in blood and shit like that. I did all that stuff, but I was never like into that. It's sort of like a lifestyle or like a clique. It's a clique. That's what I mean. Like in high school, especially, it was like there was like a clique of Carhartt wearing. Their truck would be a piece of shit, but god damn if it would be jacked up. Got to get that thing jacked up, and we've got to put some tires on it so that it gets 8 miles per gallon. Like that was your status symbol for a certain clique of people. And I wasn't into all that. I just like shooting deer and lived on a
Where
farm.
did you grow up, Kyle?
Livonia, Georgia.
Livonia.
It's northeast Georgia. It's on Interstate I-85 on the way to Anderson, South Carolina. They're right on the border, really.
You're from Georgia as well, Ed, aren't you?
I am, about an hour south of where he was.
Did you
like
have
Elberton,
a
Georgia
accent when you were a kid?
No, I think I watched enough British crime dramas growing up to feel like just to adopt more of a worldly.
We watched
accent.
Matlock.
Yeah,
I still throw out the y'all occasionally, but it's I don't know, for some reason, and I never really when my voice changed, it became this great, and it hadn't really sounded any different since then.
It's great. You guys both sound like good Midwestern boys. The perfect accent. It's nice that people from the South decide we want to sound totally cogent and understandable to everyone. Let's talk like a Midwesterner, but less nasally. It's basically
perfect newscaster.
That's basically about it. I was going to say, like in the newscasters and such, they all do that.
That's it.
Yeah, but you don't want somebody with like an Appalachian accent or like a deep, like a Florida Panhandle accent, like that's or a Boston accent. Like people,
weatherman, that would be kind of cool. Cajun's what regional accent that I find charming as fuck. It might be it might be the most charming American regional accent, Cajun, because you don't assume that there's any ignorance or stupidity or inbreeding as some people might associate with an Appalachian Southern drawl type situation. It's much more like exotic and maybe even a little mysterious.
This was funny. I watched an episode of Wild Boys today that they went to like a Cajun community in Louisiana, and as you're saying, like they seem smart, they seem suave. I'm picturing this guy, and this guy was like, "All right, Chris, we're gonna get you a bit of swamp jewelry. That's what we're gonna do." And then they like had Chris Pontius standing there with his shirt off, and they took a crab and they put one pincer on each nipple and like let it hang from his chest. And the Cajun guy's like, "Oh yeah, that's a deep down swamp jewelry right there. That was good. That feel good to you? Or is it hurt?" And like it's like in like a goofy ass accent. And I'm like, man,
full Gullah accent.
These people are fucking hilarious. Love it.
It's the French
good show.
Sort of mixed with the redneck thing that I enjoy. I like a good Cajun chef. I like those YouTube videos. I like that.
Did you watch the guy I
cooking.
recommended like a year ago who does those big old pot with all the crawdad, the crawfish? We're gonna make it tasty, or it's gonna be the best thing.
I watched like 5 YouTubers that would be described in that manner.
Yeah, well, that like needs subtitles almost.
I've been watching this black guy fry chicken, and he's got like a medieval apparatus to lower the amount that he drops. I'm talking, he's cooking like 30 pounds of chicken laid out on this. It looks like a steel grate that you could lay a body on. And he starts turning an old timey iron wheel. It's like, and like 4 chains lower this giant metal flatbed down into oil. And look at all that color. Look at all that color we're getting right there. That's that good color.
Oh, that sounds good. I love fried chicken. I don't think there's anyone on earth who dislikes fried chicken other than vegans. And that's not dislike. That's just like them throwing a fucking tantrum.
It's an aversion.
They're just being whiners about it. Yeah, fried chicken. I was like, I keep forgetting all these streaming services I've signed up for. And so like I'll click on one to find something and I'm like, oh fuck, how long have I been paying for this? And like I found Wild Boys, and like You guys are all probably a little too old for it, maybe like barely.
I was
meaning for like prime, like middle school and high school age was like Viva La Bam and Wild.
See, I was
Boys.
a grown man, so I had cable. So
you saw all of it.
I love Jackass so much. It was a big part of like my 13 or 14, 15-year-old like formative years. I made my own Jackass video for a school project. Like I was really into the show and a fan of all those guys. So later on, when they each made their individual shows, I had some brand loyalty for Bam. You know, I wanted to go watch his show with his weird, creepy pedophile. Turned out to be a pedophile uncle. Remember that creepy guy?
Don Vito.
Don Vito turned out.
He died, and they're like, you know what? This guy was like being creepy with little kids, and it's like, yeah, checks out. 100%. It checks out.
Gross.
Have you seen Don Vito? He always had one eye on the children.
He only.
It's because he had a really bad lazy eye.
Yeah, he only had one eye, pop-eyed over there.
But I was watching Wild Boys today and like seeing drugged up Steve-O. Like I'm so glad Steve-O's sober and his life is improved. 2 thumbs up to Steve-O for that. That's wonderful. But like seeing him like fucked up doing the old stunts is so much better than any new Jackass. That he was like there. This is Wild Boys. Yeah, that's Don Vito with the lazy eye. But he was like running around.
Can you imagine trying to lure a child looking like that? What a hard life.
Oh, that's tough. That's on hard difficulty.
Without the internet, really.
Yeah.
With that, oh my God. I bet he leaned on that Bam fan.
But Steve-O and Chris, like they would often like go meet tribesmen. And it wasn't that like well structured. They'd be like, all right, we're here hanging out with the Magoobi tribe in Kenya. And like literally he went and hung out with these Kenyans and he's like, these guys have the best game ever. You go to this giant beehive in the ground and then they'll like go catch a bee and then run up and sting you with it. and so like it was just showing the cameraman and then like some African guy who's just like, that's his tribe, like sneaking up behind the cameraman with bees to like sting him. And they're like, oh, fuck, man. And they're just cracking up laughing. It's like, man, diversity.
Yeah, that was the early days of MTV reality that's what made reality TV what it became. It all became fake and nonsense. But I remember Breaking Bonaducci was the first reality show I saw that was like real life because Danny Bonaducci just happened to be going through like a life-altering divorce and also reconciling with the fact that he's not a movie star anymore while in the bottom phases of alcoholism. There's a scene where he chugs an entire bottle of Absolute vodka and then skateboards into like traffic. And
do you think it was real vodka?
Yeah.
No,
I thought it was all real. I think he got arrested on the show. Like he was getting in legal trouble. He was going crazy. He was always screaming. And this is like maybe 2000, 2001. That and the Osbournes. That was one of the OG. Seeing Ozzy Osbourne and his family go through all the nonsense, like that was fucking cool. And
Flavor of Love.
I didn't watch that one.
So glad you said Flavor of Love. When I was working in Atlanta, all my coworkers were black. All of them were black except for like one guy. And so I'd go to their house parties. Not really parties, but just like hangouts after work where we drink and smoke and chill. And we would watch that shit religiously. If we'd either be playing some like NBA 2K game.
Was it a dating show? What is Flavor of Love?
It was a dating show featuring Flavor Flav. And
the prize was a relationship with Flavor Flav.
Every week they did this?
No. You
there were several seasons. It didn't last.
Yeah.
Oh. So
you eliminate women as you go.
I see. So every
it's
week,
like The Bachelor,
but
the prize is Flavor Flav.
This was a huge show in like 2005.
It was massive because there wasn't a lot of competition. It's early days of cable still. At some point, the proliferation had just gotten there. And
did he wear the giant clock the whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. And he gave all the girls nicknames at the beginning, and they went by the nicknames. Which that was before they could even be promoting their own social brand. But it was like the most genius thing ever. That like your name is now New York.
Tay.
And
yeah.
That's it.
I'm gonna name you doo-doo because you shit yourself first thing. My God, that happened. Where they one of the girls pooped her pants, and it falls down her leg, like she's wearing a skirt, and there's a turd in the floor. And they're like, what the fuck is that? And I don't mean in some random corridor. I mean everybody's there in a big group. It's one of those early parts of the recording session for the TV show, and all the girls are congregated, and this one bitch has shit herself, and the turd is in the floor. And I don't mean like a prop turd. I mean, this turd rolled out her pants, and everybody's like, "Ooh, it's doo doo."
What was she wearing? A skirt with no underwear?
Yeah,
Okay.
just fell on out.
Yeah.
That's so rude. I'd kick her off the show.
So then they did a second season, and I don't remember exactly how it came to be, but Brigitte Nielsen came to be with Flavor Flav. She was a supermodel and actress in the 80s. I know you've never seen Rocky IV, Taylor, but Woody,
well,
you
I need to see the first three.
Do you remember?
I know Brigitte Nielsen. Yeah,
she was Sylvester Stallone's wife. She is in the 80s, she was like a 10 out of 10 gorgeous woman. She's like 6 feet, six, maybe 6'1". She's like a
way taller
6'1".
than Stallone.
She's like a master race gorgeous blonde in the 80s.
Was she Dragov's wife?
Yes.
In the yeah.
No one can defeat Ivan Dragov. His punch will destroy. She was always hyping him up. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She ended up somehow involved with the Flavor Flav reality show, and they like got together, and maybe it might have been the third season, and it became Brigitte and Flavor Flav, and they sort of traveled the world in love. Like they would be in bathtubs together, and the juxtaposition between this 50-something-year-old 6'1" blonde woman naked in a bathtub with this 5-foot-tall troll man wearing a clock and a bubble bath was hilarious. And it went on for I don't know how many seasons they did of him doing his dating show, and then him and Brigitte. But it went on for far too long.
Yeah, right. 2006 to 2008 was the Flavor of Love run. I never liked that.
Those were really the templates that are now followed by most social media content creators. Is just what would you do if you were allowed to do whatever you want? And the template that we had was Bam Margera, and to me, it's wild. Just how they figured out, like, we just give these guys $250,000 worth of production budget a week, see what happens, and see it. Then they somehow don't die. Yeah, but it was a wild thing to watch as a very impressionable mind.
Oh yeah, I think every young boy who was in middle school, high school, whatever, when those shows were coming out, had the urge to be like, I want to do this too. I want to jump off a roof in a shopping cart or whatever the fuck silly thing. And then we didn't ever end up making, like, I'd think that, and then I'd watch more of it. And I'd be like, man, these guys are like getting really hurt. Like,
I didn't see, it's even worse because I didn't have any way to edit. I had this like it was my teacher's camera.
You're making long form Jackass content.
Well, no, I would do a thing, and then I'd stop recording, and then I would like do another thing, and they were like back. All the things were like, and they had intros and outros. Like I'd be like, all right, this is bush jumping, and then I'd jump into a fucking bush, and it was like, all right, this is this is the office chair, and I was like tied to an office chair going down a driveway, and I was like, this is the electric fence, and I get zapped by electric fence or whatever, and I made this whole video. And like I guess 10th grade or something like that.
How did
any of them good?
Yeah, were any of them good? Were they all like a little? You're not exactly Bam. Like, this is curb jumping. It's just
Oh, I just completely copied the Jackass.
I'm all in a bush now.
I just completely copied the Jackass.
You're just like Steve-O. You jump in a bush and then you're like, bleh, bleh, just start throwing up.
I got pretty fucked up. I rode a bicycle down a dangerous hill, like a silly. Yeah. I mean, I was really, I really wanted an A, I guess. And I didn't want everybody to make fun of my video, when I did my presentation and everything. Ended up deleting the video accidentally by touching the tape, like just sitting there, like futzing around with the little tape. And I touched the exposed magnetic tape.
That?
It just deletes the whole video.
The whole thing. I would have guessed it. Just...
Not only that, broke her camera. Somehow it broke her camera. So I returned her like $800 camcorder in 2001, and she was like, "This is my personal camcorder, Kyle. What have you done?" And I was like, "Why did you loan it to me? I'm come on, like why would you
know this was the risk you took? I'm an irresponsible person.
Yeah, I told you I was going to do
I just
Jackass.
Wasn't trained on camera operation. I don't know what happened to it. I didn't do any fucking thing. I really didn't. I was careful with the camera, but it was destroyed.
Did you watch Wild Boys also, or just the Jackass stuff?
I didn't like the Wild Boys as much because it seemed like it was a lot of painful stuff and a lot of like gross stuff, and that's never been my favorite Jackass things. I like the big form stunts. I like the shopping cart stuff. I took you for a ride one night in a shopping cart. That was literally me thinking about Jackass, thinking about sending you for a ride.
You did.
I don't think I launched you or anything.
No, I fell out of it, but I was fine. Or no, I didn't even get knocked out. I just banged like my legs up against the front part of the cart. And I was like, man, this guy plays for keeps in the parking lot. I was like, it was like 8 hours into meeting Kyle, and he's like, hop in. And I'm like, all right. Here we go. I remember being in the cart and being like, he's going faster than I thought he'd get going. Long strides. Getting that speed. Yeah.
That might have happened.
I can appreciate I like the sillier stunts more than the like over the top painful ones. But I like just sometimes the total lack of creativity of Wild Boys, where it's like, we're here with the coconut crab. What are we gonna do, Chris? And they're like both like clearly just fucked up. And they're like, we're gonna put it on your ass, Steve-O. Hey, why do they call it the coconut crab? And someone's like, it is because it can crush a coconut with its claw. It's like, all right, put it on Steve-O's ass. And then he's like just crying there.
He said he regrets a lot of the animal stuff, that he wouldn't do it now. You know, the stuff they did with all sorts of animals. They did multiple seasons of that shit.
Yeah. I do like that.
They're all so old now. I saw Johnny Knoxville the other day. Johnny Knoxville the other day. He's so old. He looks 70. Like
he's 53. I checked it earlier today.
Does he?
I had it on TV.
I always thought those guys aged pretty well, especially Steve-O.
Find me a really recent photo of Steve-O's got kind of a slick shaved look where he could be any age. He's just kind of gross looking, but Johnny was a handsome guy at one point.
He just he went like stark white hair.
Yeah, well, he stopped dyeing it during the pandemic while they were filming the last Jackass movie. So he abruptly showed up gray, and it was shocking because he'd been black hair for so long. And what happens? There you go.
Wow. It's a good look, though.
Yeah,
it looks good. He just doesn't look young. Steve-O on the right looks young to my eye.
Right?
Oh yeah, those veneers are doing a lot.
The veneers, absolutely.
The veneers are doing a lot for him.
I think it's because they busted out so many of his real teeth.
Who the hell is the guy on the left?
He's fit.
Like they added a lot of people.
I guess they had to. A lot of these guys. Man, Preston looks old. He's the fat one.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Wow.
Oh.
Where's Wee Man at? He's still alive, right?
He's still alive.
He's out of frame.
Does their kind live does their kind live for longer than us, or like how does that work?
I don't think it works that way.
Yeah.
Is it like dog years?
Is it like dog years? You're getting
my hair is graying from the back. So like the front of it's really dark, but the back of it is like totally white. And so people, when we do VinWhiskey stories, I sit in a chair and stare at a camera in the dark, and I look very dark-headed. But people see me in person, and they're shocked at how old I look, and they are not good at not saying that. So I hear it sort of every day, and it's fun. You're like, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Dude,
my hair
gray is weird.
My gray hair, almost all of it is right above my ears. It's like the silver streak. And it's completely hidden with my headset on camera. I feel like people have no idea I'm graying, but I am.
You're pulling it off. That's it.
I'm not trying to pull it off. I feel like I'm gonna get exposed as gray haired or something. But
no, you like going gray on the sides. Nothing wrong with that. It looks good. Like
I'm happy with my hair. I got lucky with hair.
I saw a photo today. Zach, see if you can find this of because I think Elon may have retweeted it. God, some of his tweets are so questionable. They're childlike that you got to look at everything else he does through a different lens. But it was it was Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz retweeted this, and the tweet was something like, "If Donald Trump grew a beard, the election would be over in 30 minutes." And it's a picture of Trump with a fake beard, and it's like, but God damn, that does look good.
Does it look good?
It looks so good.
You know what? I never realized. I never thought about this. I've never seen Trump with even the tiniest amount of facial hair.
It looks like that. Who used to play James Bond? Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan's been rocking like a really distinctive beard the last few years. But see if you can find that Ted Cruz tweet of him. Yeah, that's not the one I saw.
No, there was a better one. I saw it too.
It was from an angle. but it
very
looks good.
dramatic. I guess probably the makeup hides the stubble in most cases.
Oh yeah,
but
I'd like to, if he can grow.
That's it.
Oh man.
Yeah, if he could grow a full beard, I'd like to see it. I like to see a little more dabbling. I like that JD Vance has stormed that beach, getting beards back into the high rank.
That does look good. There's no guarantee he'd grow that beard.
For sure.
No, of course not. No, just glue it on. Just glue it on. Get some special effects.
It could
Clearly,
be
he has a
glue it
crew.
on.
That's very Trumpy.
Maybe it's very patchy, and that's why he doesn't. Or maybe he just thinks it's like he's from a time where maybe in his mind, like that's very low class. I don't know.
He should have a whole rally beard thing where he's not gonna shave until election day. And but he's already got like a paint guy. Now he just needs a body guy. Go full paint and body, stick a fake beard on there, make it seem like he grows that in like 3 days.
That's it.
I'd like to do like some sort
virile.
of. I think that Oxford or someone should do like a meta-analysis on the net impact of presidents by facial hair. Like if our bearded presidents have been more net gains, or if they've, the clean face ones have been more net gains. Because like who think of, just like how good the country's going. I don't know. I haven't thought this through, man. But like Lincoln beard. That's got to be a pretty good one in the beard column, right?
Grant
beard, another good column. Taft. Actually, no, I think Taft, even though he was a big fat person, he's actually known to have been a very good president, wasn't he?
I like how you put that. Even though he was fat, right. In spite of his obvious deficiencies.
He overcame that to be a competent leader.
Holy cow.
Yeah. I don't know who else.
Woody, I'm always keen when I come on to hear like how the podcast is doing, like what is growth like? How's it been?
I don't even know.
We're still
dude, I am playing video games
pills.
right now, and you're bothering me with something else.
Playing video.
we famously don't even look at the numbers. I literally don't know how it's doing. It
seems to be doing good.
122 episodes in, and we got to be doing something right.
I'll pop by and like look at the YouTube views, and it's like, all right, fucking looking good. There we go. But I have no idea. It's because like most of our viewers or listeners, because most people don't actually watch us sit here and talk. Like most of it's coming from the other sites, and I have no idea what those other sites like Spotify.
Yeah, we're like
iTunes.
4 times bigger, typically audio only, than we are in YouTube.
Yeah, and I don't blame like if I wouldn't sit here and just watch me. Talk.
We're not pretty.
We can't be any funnier, if we wanted to. So this is all we got. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes Captain Kirk hollers down and he's like, "Give me more power." And so I'm giving it all she's got. That's us. This is it. Like what's the I don't know about this number. What are you gonna do? Like be extra funny this week? This is all we got.
Sometimes we try for like Halloween. Round numbers, PKA 800, maybe we get like more guests or something. How's you bought a whiskey company or started a whiskey company? What's
sort of, yeah. So we go through a lot of liquid courage here at the VinWhiskey studio as people come in and try to tell their best car stories. And so they need a little lubrication for that every once in a while. So I started, collecting bourbons and enjoying it for, the last few years. And I thought it'd be fun, mostly because the name VinWhiskey sounds fun. And so our local craft distiller is ASW here in Atlanta, and they make some really good stuff. And so I had some meetings with them, and I'm like, hey, this is what I have in mind. And they had some like 8-year aged, really, really good stuff they'd sourced. And they were like, this would fit really well. And we tasted a handful of different things, and it was awesome. And so, yeah, that's kind of a different way to not necessarily leverage the social media following, but just embrace the different opportunities that we have. We made VinWhiskey. And so it's that.
So that's what you're sipping on right now.
Yeah, it's delicious. So we have a launch party this weekend here in Atlanta, and it's got pictures of Lamborghinis on it and things my hand are covering. But it's big. It's like, it comes out of the barrel at like 118 proof, and we proof it down to 110 so we can put state legal labels on it and things like that. But it's been fun. It's been kind of an interesting process because the spirits world is such a strange business, but I've enjoyed it.
Nice. So can you are you sophisticated enough in your bourbon palate or whiskey palate that you can sip that one you have there and be like, oak, And
yeah, so I kind of told him I mean, most high proof is going to be pretty oaky and a little hot, but then hopefully resolve into some interesting flavors. And so I like coffee and chocolate and things like that to come out eventually. And so it does. And so as I described the kind of stuff that I liked in terms of flavor and in terms of products, like I like Eagle Rare and Old Forester 1920 and some Heaven Hill stuff. And I was like, do you have anything kind of like that? And they're like, oh, we have some great stuff. And so after trying, I don't know, probably 10 different things, that this was like kind of right down the middle of what I was looking for. And, we'll find out over the course of the next few weeks if the audience agrees. But so far, it's been quite positive. It's a limited run thing. It would be no different than you guys partnering with a supplement or whatever, that it's just really a co-brand effort, as opposed to me starting a spirits company. But it's super fun, and it's a nice one to have on the shelf.
Yeah, I was going to ask, because it was 8 years old. Like, where do you get more 8-year-old whiskey? So you're just doing a run.
Exactly. Yeah. So we can probably do 5,000 to 6,000 bottles of it, and then try to figure out what like VinWhiskey 2.0 looks like. If you, we wanted to go real high quality to begin with. So even people that are real big whiskey fans will enjoy it. And then we can be a little bit more experimental, which means we can go with some stuff that's a little bit younger, that if we decide to keep it going, which I hope we do. So it's been fun so far.
It works out.
I don't know how to hit it back. Like, well, we had supply chain issues with our cum enhancement pills, but they should be on shelves soon.
They should be on shelves soon. Speaking of which, Woody, excellent segue.
Right.
This episode is brought to you by Lock and Load.
9 pills a day.
9 pills. Well, we're getting
soon
that number down.
Quite a bit fewer.
Soon to be fewer.
Oh my goodness, the scientists have been working overnight.
That's literally true.
Yes, Derek's been getting his scientists on the case, and we're getting it to a lower pill total every day, all with that same gushing result. And so
more.
Check over the next week, even more. Check over the next week. It's going to be in stock any day now. Code PKA or code Jizz, and that also works for everything. Might be, yes, good call. It might be in stock right this very moment. So check that out. Also use code PKA10 for any of our merchandise. You're going to love it. High quality clothes, mugs, stickers, hoodies, shirts. We don't have any pants. So actually,
high quality stuff we turned down. We didn't want our brand sullied with
only the best.
Clothes.
Yes, I made them send me a one of everything before we moved on with it, because I wanted to make sure there weren't those horrible shirts that fall apart in one wash. So check that out. Use code PKA10 on the merch.
The stickiest of stickers.
Yes, while you're dressed to the nines and you're coming a lot, you want your dick to be hard too. This episode's brought to you by Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part is it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. Special deal for our listeners. Try it for free. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's all? Blue Chew. That's all. Try Blue Chew free with just PKA.
Untouched by inflation, Blue Chew is.
That's BLUECHEW.com. Promo code PKA to get your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Big thanks for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BLUECHEW, code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Get a nice hard dick.
Don't worry about shrinkflation with Blue
No,
Chew.
Your dick's not going to be shrinkflating. Your dick's going to be inflating. Catastrophically.
With blood.
In a good way.
Your capillaries are going to be gushing full of blood.
It's going to be just pushed to the limit. Your dick's going to be there proud, erect.
Feel your pulse and your gooch.
You're going to feel your pulse in your gooch. I feel like you could probably feel your pulse anywhere down there if you're quiet enough.
No. You ever bang your foot or your so hard that you can feel your pulse, and you're gonna feel it like that. You don't have to check. You're just gonna feel it down there.
Yeah.
Is that did you finish the read?
That's the end of the read.
That's all of it. Also invest in our new crypto coin coming around the corner, PKA coin.
We do not have a coin coming out that I know of.
We're not doing the pump and
Guys,
dump.
we wanted to strike while the iron was hot, so we're releasing a line of NFTs.
That's right. Like the cool kids, we've got our smoking apes.
Yeah, we've got our bored yacht club apes. Man, that's so
Trump's
funny.
still doing NFTs. He did it like a month ago.
He's dropping
really?
his crypto
Round.
coin like any day now.
Yeah,
called?
he is.
Trump
What
coin?
is it called? No, it's like Faith and Truth or something like that. Like it says a really good name.
Holy shit.
Donnie Dollars. Not
Donnie
No,
Dollars
it's
would've
not
been-
a goof name. Here, I'll look it up.
You know what the problem with that is, Woody? Like, I haven't read anything about this, so maybe I don't know, but it's the beauty of crypto, but it's also kind of the worrisome part. Okay, so he introduces this crypto coin, right? What's to stop, say, some Saudi trillionaire from pumping it up and putting huge amounts of what I would call dark money into his coin in exchange for political favoritism, you know, should he become president?
Literally nothing. World Liberty Financial Crypto Project is the name of it, something like that. World Liberty
Financial.
I think I have the name right.
And when's it coming out?
Super soon.
Like
Don't know.
days. Like this was always a liberal talking point that I rolled my eyes out, but they always pointed out that Jimmy Carter gave up his peanut farm when he became president because he didn't want any what do you call it? Conflict of interest or something.
Dude,
like what was he gonna do?
Have you heard about him? I just assumed
Carter.
he was like an old feeble man. Obviously he's 100. I had no idea that like he hasn't been able to communicate whatsoever in like over a year now. Like he can't talk, he can't respond. He's like
I didn't know that, but I inferred it from the pictures.
voted.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Yeah, I'm sure he filled it in with his fucking dead hand.
I think I could guess which way he'd vote.
I think
all right, well let's keep playing that game then, huh?
Well, I do see the risk I proposed there. Yeah.
I'll play guesser. You play
regardless of what way he votes, we shouldn't be letting fucking 100-year-old people vote. You got no stake in the future. Yeah, it's like you're over 75, you're over 80. All right.
I was going to draw it at 100, but I see your point.
He doesn't get a say.
It's just like he's 100 years old. He's very likely. He has no idea what's happened in the world in the past year. The dude's getting wheeled around.
That guy is sharpest
attack.
Yes, Taylor, this is a conspiracy you're putting out about Jimmy Carter trying to act like he's incompetent and elderly. He is the leader in that room, okay, Taylor? He is the guy at the head of the table running that office.
That would be so. He like does an interview, like he's running for office, and he like just doesn't answer anything. Afterward, they're like, Jimmy Carter puts on strong, stoic face for fearful nation.
And that stoic face is him laying backwards with his mouth agape.
Yes, dude, that was such a fucked up pic. That dude is
so bad.
He's like a Draugr in Skyrim. It's like you've awoken him, and now he's.
It's such a bad picture.
Honestly,
so they wheeled him out. For those who haven't seen it, they wheeled Jimmy out. Former President Jimmy Carter. They wheeled him out for his like friends and family, and then they did like a military flyover for his 100th birthday, which is a nice idea if the person receiving the flyover is, with it. But what happened instead was they wheeled this poor guy out into the open air, and then they flew scary planes over him. He was probably terrified.
He's probably terrified right now. Like I don't wish anything bad upon him, but I do wish him death because I don't think that's bad at this stage.
Yeah, he doesn't want to keep. Why would you want to keep going?
There's no way he has any quality of life. It's like a prison. Your body.
If he was my dog, that with Michael Schumacher last week, they said that he went to his daughter's wedding and they let people come be there, but they couldn't have phones, and so Michael Schumacher's been kind of like Schrodinger's cat, like dead and alive for the last, I guess 12, 13 years since the accident. Really? And so apparently he's like not really able to communicate normally, but he was there. And so nobody really knows what that means.
Can you tell us about the accident? I don't know. I'm thinking my viewers might not.
He had a skiing accident, had a traumatic brain injury, and it was unclear for years if he was alive or dead. But
really,
he's probably mid 50s now, give or take. But
how old is his kid? 22,
something. I mean,
Mick Schumacher's 25.
Yeah, Mick's,
So did he basically lose his
Mick's
dad?
sister was getting married.
Did he lose his father kind of when he was 15? Does that sound right?
Well, I think he was brain dead for a while, right?
Yes, yeah, and so I don't know nobody knows, right, other than the family and the really close circle of exactly what his condition is. But same kind of thing, like the family's been very, very delicate about what they do with him, and because they want to be as respectful and keeping him in the highest esteem. And RM's about to sell one of his Formula One cars for $15 million, and so it's like he's arguably the most legendary driver of all time. So to try to, manage that is not that dissimilar than trying to, deal with 100-year-old Jimmy Carter of like, well, how much do you let the world see?
Not at all. I'd have kept Jimmy in the closet somewhere. Jimmy looked rough, but I mean,
there's no way.
Last time I saw Jimmy before that, I remember he took a tumble. He fell somewhere somehow. And he fell on his goddamn face. So he's all busted up and he's got that old 95-year-old skin. So he all busted apart, but they still wheeled his ass out there so he could tap nails at one of those houses they built. And it was that's a good sign of solidarity for the crew. I mean, I like that, but he's way too old for that kind of thing now. I saw Georgia early voting is apparently bonkers right now. It's breaking records, they say. And I saw Jimmy got his early vote in, and I was just like, man, yeah. See, this is years ago. This is before he got old.
This is years ago. This is it's 5-6 years ago at this point.
This is before Father Time caught up with the spry fella.
Yeah, I think that said 2019 on his windbreaker. So that was half a decade ago.
He was fucking roofing, plumbing, you name it, drywall man mostly. He could spin that whole piece.
Yeah, they shouldn't do that. The way that the Schumacher family handled it seemed much better. Let everybody remember you in a positive way, not oh my goodness, this guy's borderline dead.
You said he was the most legendary driver. I'm a newbie F1 fan, so for me it's Hamilton. Who is your most legendary driver ever?
There's so many criteria. You could say I think the most gifted driver was Senna, but you could. Schumacher's presence was kind of Jordan-esque, that wherever he was, you just sort of expected him to win in a different way than with Hamilton, where you just knew that he was the best prepared to win. And so I think that you didn't see Hamilton, especially in recent years, overcome adversity the way that Schumacher and some of the others had to. But when you watch Senna drive in the rain or anything like that, it's unreal. And I think that's where you'll see some differentiation. But it's one of those fun things to debate because everybody's got a great opinion.
Can you tell who's a good driver? And I asked that from my own position where I can tell you who's winning, but since the cars are not fair, they're not equal, the guy who wins isn't necessarily the best driver. Heck, George Russell as a rookie walked into Hamilton's car during COVID and for all intents and purposes was going to win that race. I think it had a mechanical issue or something in the last lap. But so it's oh, well, shucks, is Hamilton the best driver, or does he just have a car that far and away the best that a first-time driver can win? Can you tell who's good?
No, because they're all extraordinary. The ones that are in that league are all good enough. Even the ones who manage to buy their way in are still good enough to qualify for the chance to buy their way in. And so the average investment in a racing driver's career to get up to Formula 2 is approximately $20 million today. So you'd have to spend $20 million to have the chance to figure out if you're good enough to go into Formula One. And there are ways that you can buy your way into Formula One, but you still have to be so close to the cusp that it doesn't matter. You can't buy your way from my garage to Formula One. You've got to qualify, because everybody's dad was willing to buy their way that next step into Formula One. They just couldn't quite qualify. And so, even the guys that are spinning cars, crashing cars, missing everything, they are still that good.
Except Mazepin.
And if you gave them the best car, they'd have a shot.
Except Mazepin, right? We agree with that. That Russian, he's not the same.
but he's still good enough to win Formula 2.
Did he win Formula 2?
No, but he could, given the chance.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's there, especially now that he's driven faster cars, and you go down to a slower car, and you're infinitely better, right? So I think that they're all close enough to that level that, yeah, there are standouts in that there are like world-class phenomenal talents in the same that there are in every sport where, everybody that's on an NBA roster made an NBA team, got drafted or got signed as a free agent. And so it's the same situation where, you can certainly get the deck stacked in your favor, but you still have to get to the doorstep in order to qualify.
Okay. Yeah. I think we lost Kyle and Taylor. I'll stop Formula 1 talk, but I have Ed Bolian on the show.
Yeah, I just wish I knew enough about it to even ask. I'd like,
dude,
my questions would be like, how fast do the cars go?
Real fast?
Fascinating, this sport. It is not fair. Every other sport is designed to be fair. They put some people in good cars, some people in bad cars. The engineers behind the scenes are part of the team so much more than like coaches are part of the team. Yeah. And he mentioned pay drivers is the term for people who buy their way on. Taylor, if you're 1% better than me, but I have someone who will give the team $20 million to give me your seat, I'll take your job, even though I'm not as good as you. Yeah, they're like, I think we win more with Woody and 20 million in R&D than we do with Taylor.
Yeah.
Or we don't, and I don't care.
Yeah, because we got $20 million.
Right.
Possibly. Yeah. And it's just something about the unfairness of the sport and the fact that they're not really trying to make it fair. Football, basketball, worst team gets the first pick of the new players, right? They're trying to achieve parity. These guys, they're like, fuck you, go out and compete on your own. There are no gifts in this league.
Spend more money.
Figure it out. Well, there's budget caps now, which is interesting too. Yeah. But so like Verstappen, did he win 18 out of 22 races? Something like that. If that's not right, it's close. It was the most dominant performance by a driver ever. And I can tell you he's a good driver. I can't tell you if he's the best because he had the best car.
Right.
Yeah, he won like 18 out of 22 races. His teammate won 2 in the same car.
Right. And then, there's no evidence that he's won in a substandard car in a meaningful way. Right.
Yeah, I can't point to that. Yeah. So, the of the 22 races, he got like 18 wins. His teammate got 2, and then the other 18 drivers combined for 2.
Wouldn't you rather watch a racing series where it's like bumper cars and we all just get assigned at the beginning?
IROC. Yep, the International Race of Champions. So they did that they probably did it in the 90s. They definitely did it in the 80s. And they would just build it was spec series. So everybody got the same Camaro, prepped the same way, and they just put a different name sticker on the front. And that's the car you got in. And that's where you went. And they had the best of NASCAR, the best of Formula One, the best of IMSA, everything. And they would just go all the way out there. And so to me, that's incredible right now. For the same reason that it's only rookies in the NBA slam dunk contest, it would be a hard sell today because it's too costly to lose versus the benefit of winning. But that would be a blast if we could get them to do it.
I would watch that because I don't care about the engineering of the car. And it's clear that cheating is part of the game. And I don't care who's figured out how to sneak some extra fuel into their fuel lines or whatever nonsense is being done. If I knew it was like bumper cars, or not like bumper cars, but like go-karts, you just, I'm number 13. Hope that's a good one, like I'd like it. I would like that. I could watch that, like an even playing field. And I also, I don't know, like something about the way that the racing is filmed isn't all that inspiring to me. Maybe if I was on board more with the driver, I always enjoy that more than just an aerial view of them going round and round.
In F1, it's mostly onboard footage, I think. But, you only get to see the race so well. Honestly, as a stats and stories guy, I don't watch the full races. They do they condense it to 8 minutes, and I get to watch all the interesting parts and feel like I'm on top of it without spending that much time.
That makes sense.
Well, and they figured out with Drive to Survive that it was much better as a story arc off the track with slight fulfillment coming on the track than it was elsewhere. And I don't think any other sport has managed that. I haven't watched the Netflix starting 5 thing for basketball yet, but the golf one wasn't all that great. But to me, like Drive to Survive is a brilliant media product of just an opportunity that nobody even thought about.
That's what made me a fan. I got into it with Drive to Survive. So was it 5 years ago, something like that?
Yeah, I think so.
It's complicated though. I still feel like I don't understand it well enough. You know, they mock some team's idiotic strategy, and I was like, well, I could have made that. I don't know.
Who could say?
Yeah.
I like when a sport gets a little trashy too, and I don't see that coming from F1. But like the WWE occasion of like various sports, I think is always a good thing. Like that, I like that about the UFC. I like that it's a little bit pro wrestling in the way they promote, and the way that sometimes there's full on conspiracies about, like, do they really have beef? Like, is that they'll have a fight? Like, guys will get in a fist fight seemingly before an event because they like bumped into each other. They're so goddamn hard. Neither one of them could take a shoulder check, and they just throw down in a hallway. And it's like, was that real or was that business? You know, and you want to know and be like, oh yeah, that was real, but know that it wasn't. But I can't tell sometimes. I can't tell if it's real or not. With Daniel Cormier and Jon Jones back in the day, there's this private moment on ESPN. They're doing a simulcast. They're remote locations, I think. And after the thing cuts and they're off, it's still rolling, still recording. And Daniel Cormier's like, or Jon Jones is like, "You still there, pussy?" And Cormier's like, "Yeah, I'm still here, John." And they going back and forth. He's like, "I'll spit on you, John. I would spit on you." He's like, "You know, I'll kill you if you ever spit on me. You know that, right?" No, you don't understand.
I would literally kill you.
I'm not going to beat you up. I will take your life away if you ever spit on me. You understand that, right? And they have this really like,
Daniel's like, "You think I'm just going to sit there and let you kill me?" Like, this is the conversation they're having. They don't know they're being recorded. They think this is all fair. Yeah. It was pretty good. It's famous in MMA memes.
Yeah, that's one of the greater rivalries ever.
Yes,
it was really fun to watch. They hated each other. The juxtaposition of the sweet teddy bear family man with the drug doing rock star, like fake good guy, like the most villainous fighter ever, maybe. Like he's a piece of shit.
He is a terrible person in real life. You don't want him in your life.
Scumbag.
But you do want him on your TV.
Fuck yeah.
So when you think about showmanship as an element of sport, right?
Okay.
Because obviously it's a professional game. And so, you can look at, guys like Jordan or Schumacher or Senna or Brady or anybody and say they were the greatest of their thing. But like, who was the greatest showman athlete that made it fun to watch them win or lose or whatever?
Mayweather's made a career out of being hated. So he feeds into that a little bit. Muhammad Ali was the guy who would show up with the gift of gab and just have these clearly prepared like little raps that he'd do that was very entertaining. He had great relationships with the media.
I'm sorry. I want to add though, did anyone else have prepared like raps or poems before Ali? I feel like he invented that. Chael Sonnen did it too, but of course he didn't invent it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. He was probably I don't know. I don't know where he got that from. Maybe he was just completely pioneering it.
There's a thing where he talks about how fast his punches are, right? And he tells the reporter to hold his hand up.
Like a bee.
And he's like, "I hit so fast. Put your hand up." And the guy's like a little nervous. He's like, "Put your hand up. I'll hit it twice." He's all right. Are you ready? You want to see it again? Right? He didn't do it. I was like, I totally fell for it.
Yeah, I usually don't like those cheesy biopics, but Will Smith played Muhammad Ali in a movie called Ali, and it's pretty good. He definitely took some steroids or something. Will Smith got real big and bulky. And he did that Kentucky accent, that Louisville slang kind of thing really well. It was a pretty good movie. So like someone like that, and then in MMA, it's Conor McGregor. Like he talked his way into almost everything that he did. Before him, Chael Sonnen, who literally talked his way into fights and championship fights, main events that he had no business being in. He just talk enough smack from a different weight class that and then he'd say yes, and he'd end up in these crazy fights and get crazy opportunities because he was the best at talking shit. He would tell, and sometimes he was picking on people who didn't speak English. so they can't really. They have no retort.
Mhm.
You know, they just have to sit there and look stupid while he says that they thought when they first flew to America, they thought a bus was a giant horse and they tried to feed it a carrot. No, it's true. No, it's true. I watched it happen. And that guy's sitting over there. He speaks Portuguese. He doesn't know what's happening to him. He's getting made fun of to his face. Everybody's laughing at him.
Showmanship. Yeah. I like showmanship in sports, and social media has helped it a lot. I got into basketball. Again, I barely watch any games. I do watch like 8-minute recaps of games where you see like some of the more interesting parts of it. But I read about it every day. I read about the trades, who's hurt, how it's going, who has beef. I watch YouTube videos. I saw Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is a little bit hood. So they put him in the woods, gave him a life vest, and had him in a canoe. This man can't swim. He can't swim. His canoe tipped over in like 18 inches of water, and the panic was hilarious until he realized he could touch. And like it just endeared him to me because this guy is really good at basketball.
Right.
And social media, Twitter, stuff like that has added an aspect to the entertainment ecosystem around sports that didn't used to be there.
Yep.
You know where the hole needs to be filled in reality television, and that's someone needs to be following college football athletes now that they've got that real money. Dude, if you were just following the UGA Bulldogs and like you like picked 4 of the stars or 4 of the main characters or whatever, you'd see some shit. You'd see some shit because I don't know if y'all follow the headlines. I get it gets sent to me. The UGA Bulldog players are constantly getting into trouble for these crazy reckless driving charges, and then all sorts of other crimes I don't want to get into because this is my boys, but who's to say what they did, right. I wasn't there. I didn't see them do nothing. I didn't see them do nothing except catch a fucking ball, make a touchdown or 2. That's all. Because they're heroes as far as I'm concerned. So, but if you had a reality show that was following those cats around, because some of those guys are making hundreds of thousands of dollars and they're 18. They're 18, 19 years old, and I've seen pictures of like the fleet of cars that rolls up over there. Everybody's got a fucking fast car, and they've got track hawks and shit, and they're tooling around Athens, Georgia, and getting these ridiculous speeding tickets and putting people at risk. And
they can't be doing that anymore. Now they're down at rank 5, lowest they've been, and
not in the playoff.
Yeah.
There's
12. Is it 12?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, it's a beautiful system because you can lose a couple. The problem is day after tomorrow they play number 1 Texas, right? So we're going to see what's
going to be a tough day, yeah.
So do you think that they'll be faced with the idea of walking the NIL stuff back at some point where they're like, I mean, I know it's a bell you can't unring, but like, are they going to realize, we really shouldn't have had this
funny.
happen?
I was just thinking about that. So we had Mr. Beast on the show. And if you remember his early videos, he used to give like tons of money to strangers, waitresses, whatever. He gave a homeless guy 10 grand, which I thought was a really kind act. Like imagine how you could clean up your life with that. And he's like, regrets on that one. Turns out if you give a homeless man 10 grand, that is not the act of kindness that you think it is.
Yeah.
He's going to make a lot of terrible decisions that hurts himself. Like, so
Bums night out.
I wouldn't do that one again. Anyway, circling back to the football players on UGA, like it's not entirely different giving these guys 100 grand than expecting them to live straight and narrow lives.
Right.
I mean, they got to pay them though. Like they have to pay them something. That old system, and I'm not that plugged into it. But like the student athletes, like Cartman says, like they were making
payment.
I feel like it should be more than that because it's
more than studying accounting.
None of these guys are like they're all there for football. They're not.
Those guys are selling millions of dollars worth of merch, jerseys,
and video games. Like their likeness is in all the games, and it's like they don't need to be making an absurd amount of money, but like they need to be compensated in some way for that.
They're going to make absurd amount of money no matter what. What you've got to have is a coach and a system that instills some sort of integrity into them about it. Like, look, I want us all to have track hawks. I want us all to go to race days. I want us all to like spray champagne on hookers' buttholes.
Yeah.
But let's win another championship.
I want to see a whole parking lot of Ford Raptors for each of my guys.
I'd be fine with that. But I'd be like, guys, you get a speeding ticket. Like that's it. You can't do. There should be No, there should be an environment where, like, if you saw one of your teammates going off speeding, you'd be like, "Whoa, you need to slow down, bro." Kirby's smart.
Brother.
What would Kirby think?
Arrive alive, brother.
Arrive alive.
How would you punish a football player? Like, could you just
Can't
have him
punish
do
them.
wind sprints for 15 minutes?
No, no.
Remember what the Romans did?
Professional athletes. No, you can't punish them that way. You can either take his playtime away, or you can say stop doing that.
Well, now
please.
you're hurting the fans. I just
But
want
here's
the
the question.
player to be.
You wanted to be all tuckered out on game day?
This is the most easily solved problem ever.
Hit me.
So, because all you do is make the rule of NIL money be that it goes into a delayed payment trust. All right, these guys have no living expenses. They have scholarships. They have paid housing. They have paid food. They need no money. So if we just said that they get all this NIL money that they will have access to in their future, that they will appreciate and want to seek out, are we just giving it to them to figure out if they would actually be okay professional athletes when we pay them more money?
I think that's a pretty decent solution. I haven't thought about the externalities.
I think they're going to sue for their money.
Makes sense.
I hope they're watching.
Oh, or they're just going to borrow against like the money and like get cash. You know, like all you got to do is go to the bank and say, "You see this contract right here? Yeah, I got $4 million coming my way in 18 months. How about running me up a line of credit real quick?"
The good old Allen Iverson deal.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Did you do that?
I didn't know that, but I was just
Allen Iverson.
We can get some money out of this.
Reebok did Allen Iverson the biggest favor that any athlete's ever been given. Is they delayed a huge portion of his payment until he was 50 years old.
What? Wow.
And he only got it a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And Iverson was like separated from his wife, and he was living out of the embassy suites in Buckhead. And they were playing, he and his boys were playing Monopoly with like real cash in the lobby every night, and it was all his money. And I'd have to write him temp tags every month for his Lamborghini because he was like, he would never pay the taxes and register it. And it eventually got impounded, and it had like, I used to write all our temp tag. In Georgia, we used to like handwrite the dates of the expiration on them. And it could only be like 30 days out. And I always did it in calligraphy. And so like I saw a darn picture and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was one I did. And we had to go through it. I've got the darn title to his car upstairs because they lost it in the mail. But he had taken out so many loans against the money that he was going to get when he was 50. The only thing he got to keep was essentially the risk spread, because he actually did get it and he paid him all. But it was so. He's all right now, I guess. But I mean, he got like not arrested, but like moved away by the cops for panhandling once.
Really?
Yeah, I know his wasteful spending was wild. So he had a really, really nice home that he couldn't keep. And when he moved out, he had 120 pairs of Timberlands, which, expensive work boots, just in the closet. They were the fashion at the time. And
like $100 a pop, though, right? Like
yeah. So that's like $12,000 worth of Timberlands.
Do they even make 100 types?
Oh, you're probably
boots?
right. You're probably right.
I was driving home when Carmelo went to the Knicks, and he was on the phone yelling like, "Bring me back! I've been playing in China. I'm going to do it. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be right there next to Carmelo." And he was trying to get the Knicks to pick him up. And I mean, Alan's awesome. I enjoyed every conversation I ever had with him, but some of his entourage was a little iffy. But it was honestly, it saved his life that Reebok had enough forethought to structure the contract that way. Mm-hmm. And if we do that for NIL kids, we'll save their lives.
50's old though.
Yeah.
It is,
not till
but
50,
not
like,
if you're
make it 5 years.
making 9 figures in the league.
No, make it till they're out of school or something like that. Like put it somewhere to accrue.
Most of these guys aren't going to make the league, though.
Yeah, make it.
That's great. So let them live off of the interest until they're 25 years old, and then let them have access to the principal, and they'll be fine. And you can build the greatest hedge fund of all time, managing their money in the Players Association, because you can run it through the NFL. And they could be eligible for the pension because
do you have a character who would manage the NIL money?
That's a problem, but it's a solvable one.
I don't want to do a. he'd be of a certain persuasion.
I keep a close eye on your money.
I'm the money guy. That's in my name. My name is Jonah Money Coin.
I would be a little scared of like a situation like that where like who's watching all that NIL money, but I would be for maybe delaying it till they got out of school. You know, but at the same time, can you imagine a scenario?
The school's endowments are all managed perfectly.
But what would happen? What would happen inevitably is you'd have one of these players who should be sitting on $10 million or $2 million, whatever, and his mother would be like dying of congestive heart failure, and she can't get good medical treatment because they've got his money locked up and he can't get it, and he's suing for the money. They would sue for their money. I think they can't unring the bell because they're getting.
You're right. They cannot unring the bell.
At some point, the next generation will be like, "Yes, don't give us that money."
How many years into like this is pretty recent, right? Like it's only the past few years they've been getting this, right?
It's not 5.
Yeah, it's
2 or 3 years. It's a cool scenario if you ask me. It's like,
dude, you know what sucks?
What would happen if you gave like they're like fighter pilots, right? Like they're like alpha male, like college athletes, number 1, number 2 team in the country. Can you imagine what heroes they must be when they walk around that campus or whatever? Like how
as long as they're winning, yeah.
Like the way their asses must get kissed. Like they're on ESPN every day. They're getting interviewed. They're doing all sorts of cool stuff, and they're millionaires. And they're 18, 19, 20 years old. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no lock and load for those boys.
Don't worry, they won't stay millionaires.
Oh, they need some lock and load.
They won't stay millionaires,
full.
and there's a 0% chance they've learned even one thing in college.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh man, at Georgia Tech, they used to give them fill in the blank notes. They would make the professors give them fill in the blank note sheets for all their classes.
Yeah, like I'm putting myself in that situation. I'm worth millions of dollars and I'm in college, and I think it's likely I go pro in a sport. I don't give a fuck about any class at all. Who gives a shit? I'll beat up some nerd, or I'll pay some nerd. I guess not beat up. I could just pay the nerd to give me the answers to the test.
Look here, Money Steen.
Well, but your plan B is not go use your world history degree. Your plan B is coach high school. So
that's a deep plan B.
Right. But that's it. That's what they think, and that's what they do.
Well, I'm going to fly the B-2 bomber stealth plane, and my backup plan is a bus.
You know, they fly those out of Missouri.
Yes, they do. We have a lot of Boeing is a Missouri-based company.
You guys struck. I say you guys. I mean your local B-2 stealth bombers. You guys struck.
I'm tight with them.
Some Houthi targets in the Middle East. Like today, you flew nonstop from Missouri to the Middle East.
It's the worst place to put them. Missouri's not close to any other country.
I think that's the idea.
I think it's so far away. It's like these are pretty expensive. Let's keep them safe.
They're keeping them safe.
Yeah.
And they just refuel a couple times. They refuel
maybe
once.
Safer in New Jersey. They're not going to get attacked from the ocean. I don't think.
I think NORAD knows where to put its bombers.
I have no idea.
We got to watch the show.
Got a lot more space here.
I don't know.
You're like Woody's right. Oh my god, that blue shirt guy.
See, that's the one kind of. See, I'm a Missouri nationalist, so I'm happy to see Missouri giving them what for over there.
Focus for foreign affairs.
Yes, the focus is Boeing out of Missouri. It's weird, like some of the companies based out of Missouri, like you wouldn't expect, like Monsanto, like some of the giant like Boeing, Monsanto. It's like really, I would have pictured that being like in fucking, I don't know, Virginia. One of those states that New York, that you think of being
likely has something to do with your lax laws there. And I'm not even being like jokey about that. They're very lax around so many odd places. Like we've talked about how you can get all those exotic animals there, and you have the drinking and driving laws are very lax. Like you can have open container in their cars there.
Yeah.
Like,
as long the driver,
not only open container, everyone in the car can be actively drinking and drunk except for the driver. Yes. They pull you over. You can have there can be a keg party in the back with headstands. As long as they're buckled up, we're good.
That's true. College rocked. Yeah.
Honestly, that seems like the law is correct.
Yeah. As long as you're not, I don't remember if this was a rumor or just something that like one of my friends said to like keep it more calm while he was driving and everyone was drinking in the car. But he was like, I can't have a beer like in the cup holder near me. Like I can't have any alcohol within arm's reach of me because I'm driving. You guys can all get hammered. But like, it's got to be clear that I'm not. And I thought that was normal everywhere. I didn't know other.
No, we have what's called an open container law, which means if there is an open container, and look, they'll be shitty about it. They'll go in your like the back seat of your car and find an old bottle of wine with the cork like stuck back in it, and they'll lock your ass up.
Oh yeah.
I know New Jersey better than others because that's when I learned. A 6-pack with a missing bottle is an open container.
Fuck.
Even if
that's crazy.
Even if the bottle is not in the car and all other,
you can throw the bottle out the window if the 6-pack has been like opened and one of the bottles is gone. Yeah,
that's like declaring rape if the condom wrapper was open. Like you're inferring a lot here.
Yeah, that's absurd. Like you can't.
Maybe I dropped the beer and it broke.
You're on the way to the parking lot. You drop a beer. Oh fuck! Got to go buy a brand new 6-pack. Can't drive this home.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
That's a wild one,
man.
But yeah, so Missouri,
land of the free, home of the brave.
With their
here
stuff.
In Missouri,
all those cool animals like that. Honestly, it's one of the more appealing things about your state because I like cool animals. I genuinely would get a capybara if I had a. Like I really want one.
Move to Missouri and your dreams can come true,
dude. I could have a capybara farm.
Dude, we have legal weed. We have the loosest gun laws in the country and legal weed, and I guess you can buy whatever animals you want.
Yeah, I would take it too far and I'd become a capybara breeder. and I would be, but no one would buy them, so I'd be pawning them off on you.
I need a cappy guy.
And you're just putting them down.
Your accountant just like, Kyle, I've done a market analysis and there's quite literally none. There was no data to pull. No one's buying these. No one likes them. They're rodents,
They're rubbish for leather.
I keep sending Woody capybaras and he keeps burning them. He's just throwing them in the fire pit, not even opening the poor little boxes.
Yeah. Capybara would not be my go-to exotic animal.
It's the next American poodle. Okay, dude, you think doodles were big?
It's still a rodent.
You don't even know. The capybara is taking over.
Like a rodent.
Look, I've got some friends in Congress. Okay, a few right-wing colleagues who agree with me about the capybara, and if we can get
stop bragging that you know David Duke
with a little look. He's dead. Isn't he dead?
I don't fucking know.
If we could get some federal legislation to allow capybara ownership, I think it could take off. I think it could be the next ostrich burger.
The next ostrich. Remember,
oh
my god!
The whole dream of the capybara industry is if we get ostrich level.
I would rather have
capybaras. Nice. Can they be housebroken?
Yes, very much. So. And their poop is like these little pellets. That are
I had a
dainty.
rabbit, left those pellets everywhere.
You cannot house train an ostrich.
You can absolutely look, not an ostrich, a capybara.
A capybara.
What we're aspiring is the capybara lobby to get ostrich status.
Okay.
Look, not only are they loyal, they're loyal house pets. They live 8 to 14 years probably, and they are delicious in a pinch.
You want a 14-year-old rat in your house? That's disgusting.
Dude, Master Splinter for the win. I get 4 fucking turtles. I get 4 fucking turtles, and I get a capybara. Halloween, I dress them up. I dress them up for Halloween. The turtles, the fucking capybara as Master Splinter. It'd be sick.
You know what exotic animal? Actually, this is probably an animal you can get in most states. This is a YouTube channel you talked about years and years ago, Kyle. This woman raises foxes.
Oh yeah.
And other than Finnegan Fox, they have to they cannot be indoor animals ever, apparently, because you can't train them out of marking and they have incredibly stinky pee. And so even if you have a very domesticated one, it's got to be an outdoor animal, but they have such big personalities. And they make these little chittering, laugh, almost hyena sounds when you pet them. They're adorable.
So, Kyle, given this enthusiasm, what is the wildest animal or the craziest animal that you have personally domesticated?
Oh, I don't know, but I haven't personally domesticated.
He has a retarded dog.
He does. I had to put Rocky down. It was a very sad day. I'm not ready to talk about it. It's tender part of my heart.
Wait, are you serious?
I had to put Rocky down.
I would not have said that had I known.
It's okay. He's gone now, though.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm too sad about it to go pick up his ashes. They got his ashes in a little urn down the road. I got to go get them in a couple of days. Got to go pick them up.
When did this?
Are his metal parts in there?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, a couple weeks now. He had to go. He was very ill. He was suffering. He had cancer in his snoot, and it was going to be $10,000 to maybe give him a couple more years. So sent old Rocky down the
I think my dog
rainbow.
has cancer. I'm handling it by not going to the vet, so we don't know. It's Schrodinger's cancer.
Yep. There's no.
Well, they don't feel a thing. They don't feel a thing.
Either way, Woody, that was pretty fucked up what you said about his dead dog.
Was it? No, he knew about the dog.
Old Rocky. He's eating paint chips in a better place.
Well, Rocky 2, the Capybara is coming soon.
Rocky 2, the Capybara. I love it. The sequel.
Oh, the poor fella. But at least now there's more space for Murphy.
I was making a fucking scene at the vet's office. I was all crying and shit.
Yeah, of course. Like, it's your dog. That's awful.
I was like, can I pay before we do this? Because I just want to get out of here. So paid before we did it. But it makes me wonder. Idea. It makes me wonder why we don't execute people using a similar method. Because I always hear about how executions go awry and people suffer and they have a hard time. It takes a long time and it's iffy. And then sometimes they talk about maybe the person's paralyzed because there's this series of drugs they give you, and one of them is a paralytic. And I think the idea is it's paralyzing your lungs or your heart or something, which sounds dreadful. But supposedly you're not aware of that. Why don't they just do exactly what they do to dogs, which is give them a sedative that puts them unconscious, like probably a bunch of ketamine, and then a big dose of painkillers that immediately stops their heart. Mm-hmm. Like it just seems like a really good
more humane way to do it. Yeah.
It is super humane. I've done a couple of dogs and yeah, they're not suffering.
Yeah.
We had to do that early this year with my boa constrictor. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it had very aggressive cancer. And I always had her taken care of at the UGA vet clinic because their zoological medicine school is incredible. And at the very last minute, one of the research docs came in and was like, hey, we have this radical idea that if you put bee venom in the tumor, that it might stop it. And I'm like, holy cow, man, I've come here like ready to kill my snake. And you're like, maybe if we put bee venom for ridiculous amounts of money into this tumor that you and your colleagues have known about for a year and a half, this might be a thing. And it was like, I ultimately decided against it because there was actually no research that this was going to work. But it's like the worst moment for a sales pitch in your whole life.
Yeah. That sucks. How long did you have the snake?
11 years.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about your snake, and I'm very sorry about Rocky. But the snake thing was a long time ago, it seems like, right?
Yeah. I'm healed from the snake, I think. We have another snake now.
You got a new snake.
A new snake.
What kind did you get?
Another boa constrictor. Best pets ever.
Yeah?
You can feed it once a month. It poops once a month. It's friendly around children. You can leave it for weeks at a time.
Loves
if you
them.
need to. That's it. Yeah.
It hugs my 4-month-old so tight sometimes. Oh,
that's it. Real affectionate. Quite the huggers.
He only poops once a month.
Yeah, it's super low maintenance. Prefers to do so outside in the summer. Yeah, it's great.
Does he definitely know who you and your wife and like people are?
I think so. I mean, it's, a reptile's kind of like a cat in that, like, if it's calm around you, it's probably happy with you. And so that's pretty easy to, interpret.
Mammals only.
I had a short experiment with a water monitor between the two boa constrictors, and that was much more aggressive. I lost a lot of blood over that.
How long? The water monitor, how long was it?
He was young, so he was probably only about 18 inches long, but sharp teeth.
He was aggressive with the snakes, or he would try and nip at you?
At me, yeah. It was just one of those things that would never calm down. I mean, with some time I could have, but the problem was that I have young children, and it wasn't that I was going to it wasn't going to meaningfully hurt anybody. It was just not like anything you could engage with. And so there was no redemptive value in this pet whatsoever for a child. And so we were like, I realized we were probably a year away from any hope of them like being able to meaningfully interact with this thing. I'm like, that's just not the pet for this chapter of our family. So it got traded in for a lemon law.
Snake owner tips for this? Like, oh yeah, we all wear welding gloves when we handle the bitey one.
Not really. I mean, you just don't treat something like it's about to bite you, and it generally doesn't bite you, and you only do so with things that if it did bite you, it wouldn't be that
Taylor
big of a
loved
deal.
the sound of that.
I didn't like that.
Yeah.
How many times
Don't
did you
show
get,
any fear, bruh. Don't show any fear.
How many
You're like,
times did you get
that's really
tagged?
freaking me out.
0.
Like never with either snake. Like it never was like snapped at you.
One time, well into the cancer, the snake got mad at me for taking it inside, and it tagged me on my elbow, not to like, just to say, hey, stop it.
Yeah.
But it was, I didn't even realize that it had done so until I looked down. There was a couple drops of blood on my arm, but it was, just because the thing was so uncomfortable, and it was not like I had an 11-year-old snake with a 9-year-old son. So the kid's been around the snake his whole life, hitting him on his face. And it was just like, nothing to worry about at all. Not that it would ever be like unsupervised or anything like that. Yeah. But it was, it's nice because so many people have, different concerns and presuppositions about snakes. And if you put them around one that's friendly and they don't have to worry about, then it's kind of cool for them. So, in the same way that not being afraid to drive a Bugatti through a McDonald's drive-through is the same kind of way. So,
a snake is a fun pet for your friend to have.
There you go.
Like I can go over there and be like, this is kind of fucking cool. Don't want this in my house. Don't want it anywhere near me.
Don't look it in the eyes, Taylor.
This is pretty neat today. And
no, Taylor, the eyes. Don't look at the eyes.
Apologize if you already clarified, but are they the only kind of python I know that's pet? Is that called a ball python? Like they're very friendly.
Ball pythons are easy to keep as pets because they don't get very large, so you never need a big cage. They're honestly not super duper friendly, so they're super nocturnal. They never do anything. Both of mine have been boa constrictors that are nicely active and easy enough to handle if you want to. They don't mind it. They want to be around. They want to crawl around. And so, boas are a little bit easier, and not that there's anything wrong. Burmese python or a reticulated python, they just get big. But these top out at like 7, 8, 9 feet, which sounds crazy, but like a 8-foot long snake would fit in a shoebox. So it's not that big of a deal.
Oh, okay. And so the ones you had, the biggest they got was 9 feet ish.
Yeah.
That's a pretty fucking big snake.
I'll be honest. One of the fears of just being around the snake even would be like how, if it does bite me, like how aggressively do I correct that? I don't want to break your snake, but at the same time, I don't want to allow your snake to bully you, ravage me or anything. I've seen them bite people on the internet, obviously. Of course, I was going to handle a rattlesnake one time. I had agreed to handle it, and then I got there and I saw it, and I was like, "That's like an alpha male rattlesnake." I didn't know you had like
a starter rattlesnake, man.
Then it's not a starter rattlesnake. They had the Arnold Schwarzenegger of rattlesnakes in this. They've been feeding it rats all the time, and it was big. And it looked at me, and I swear to God, it looked so angry. It looked so fucking. They had those crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't want to be there.
I think it was a diamondback rattlesnake, and it's so fat. Like it's so big around, possibly big around. I had no idea. It was, I don't know how long it was, maybe 8 feet, 9 feet or something, huge.
They get big,
and it's in this fucking glass jar. And they're like, yeah, that's old Tex. You're going to handle him tomorrow. That's the one and I'm like, fuck. And he's
I didn't get that apostolic gift, dude. You're going to have to chill out. Yeah.
He's got Clint Eastwood eyes. I swear to God, he's got those like, he's rattling the tail, which to me is him screaming like a battle cry. And that night in the motel or hotel or whatever, I dreamt that snake bit me like right here in that like meaty thumb area, and then that it rotted off, like it got necrotic. I dreamt that, and the next day I was like, "We're not doing the snake thing. We're not doing the snake."
Yeah, something came to me in a dream, and we're not doing this bit.
Yeah. Genuinely, yeah, that was it. I had visualized it, and I felt like that was some bad juju. I'd already created some fucking pathways to that outcome.
A rattlesnake isn't a good starter snake to be fucking with.
No. I mean, I've like fucked around with like those black snakes, like rat snakes.
A rat snake.
I catch those by hand all the time, and they get big.
Yeah. Like a rat snake can't hurt you though. Like
no,
I don't think
it
so.
makes you bleed a little bit, but it's no big deal.
Yeah, never been bitten by one. And we would have.
Yeah, we get them all the time. I make posts in our little neighborhood group. Like, if you've got a bad snake, I'll come grab it and put it in a bucket and bring it over to the house, and it'll eat all the chipmunks. It'll be a beautiful thing.
Do you ever feed other snakes to your snake? Is that part of their diet or not really?
Boas don't eat other snakes, but I did have. So as a response to that kind of post, I had a neighbor call me and they were like, there is a snake eating another snake on my back porch. And it was a king snake eating a rat snake.
Yeah.
And I went and got it and I moved it over to my yard just to kind of like let it finish. And the problem was this stupid snake had decided to eat a snake that was longer than itself.
Oh.
So it's going to die.
Well, I checked on him the next morning and he was like a zigzag snake because the other snake was so stuck in him back and forth. So he threw that snake up.
Oh, geez.
And he was totally fine after that. And he hung around the house for a little while and whatever. But like
an evil beast.
Yeah, they really are. Our ancestors knew what they were doing. Dude,
snakes, spiders. There's a reason we're ingrained. Like, hey, get that away from me.
That's right.
I had a friend that had a bird. I don't know birds, but it was one of the ones that has the big like crown of feathers on its head, and it would talk. It would say interesting things. I remember it was an expensive bird. It was rather tall, and it had tons of plumage. It was a big, talky bird, and I thought that was cool as shit. Like it was hello, hi, close the door. Like, that's awesome.
I had the
told me to close the door.
Bird experience. My father's friend had a bird, and this bird chewed a hole in the middle of a door and then used that hole as its perch. I mean, the hole was like 18 inches tall, and it plucked all its own feathers out because it was bored.
That's stress.
Yeah, they were growing back or not fully plucked or something. He was just a little, semi-plumaged. But the destruction in the house and the fact that they all sort of had to organize their lives around the bird made me not want a bird.
Yeah, that bird should be out there flying around in the world. You know what I mean? Like birds don't belong in houses. They should be in the jungle somewhere, like flying around chasing jungle birds.
There's a scene in The Wire where they're talking about the detective. It's the black woman detective. And he's like, you're an outdoor cat. You don't belong behind a desk. Right. And, there are outdoor cats that just shouldn't be inside. They won't be happy there.
Yeah,
for sure.
Other than the thing about expensive birds is they're expensive, or you can have any of them for free from people that have them.
Yes.
So we adopted a macaw, like a full-on blue and gold pirate bird when we were kids, because I thought it'd be cool, and my parents weren't very good at saying no to stuff that we could afford.
That's great.
And and so we got this big free bird, but it had been taught every inch of profanity one could imagine, and it used it,
of course,
in proper context in our very Christian household. And I mean, it would like drop a nut that it was trying to eat and unleash the most ridiculous Chris Rock spree you've ever heard in your life. And
so he would get frustrated.
Was the bird dropping N-bombs?
No, but it was.
Yeah, but you got him to by the end.
Right.
Wow. He was resistant.
But I'm an animal trainer. I'm a bit of a trainer.
Man, we have to let everybody know that bird's adopted, and we're still warming them up. But they require so much attention. Like, we ended up letting another family have her for a little while, and now it lives in a veterinary office, which is perfect because it's like endless interaction.
Yeah. And a little comic relief for the people who are there.
They don't talk when you're around them. They only talk for attention. And so if you're engaging with them, they usually won't talk. But if they're like in the other room and they think you're having a good time, they will make sure that you have to give them attention.
You know what I want to decode? I want a lot of money in science going to decoding how animals talk to each other. I want to know.
Elon, get on it.
Birds.
I need a
fishes,
translator.
The mammals. Start wherever you want. It'll all be fascinating.
I want to know what those whales are saying to each other because I think they got a pretty good.
That's an excellent place to start.
I watched a thing recently. So whales used to have ears because they were land animals, but now it's all grown over. But they still make earwax inside their heads. So what they do is when you got a dead whale, they can take out this big long tube of earwax out.
Is this the plot to Avatar 2?
No. This is, but
it's going to save humanity. Just give it a chance.
They get the earwax out, and then they can test it to see how the whale was doing health-wise during its long-ass life, because they live like 150, 200 years or something. And they can go back to in the 70s when whaling was peaking, and you can see its stress hormones were peaking like on a perfect graph with the whaling throughout the years, because this thing like lived through the 70s.
That's pretty.
These are like ice core samples for whales.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's sick. Do they get hurt by the removal of the earwax? Like, do they need it?
I think it's posthumous earwax removal.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, you got to shoot them a bunch of times, but once you're dead, you can get to that delicious earwax and figure out what's really stressing them out. Right at the end on the tip. They're stressed the fuck out, right?
This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. As you're just reloading and reloading
your harpoon.
Yeah.
But does that make any sense at all that there would be a correlation between whaling and whale stress, given the fact that the ones that got whaled didn't get to reproduce or talk to the other ones about how dramatic it was?
Get them all.
I bet they talked about
get
it.
them all. They cut out the big ones.
They could talk like huge distances, right?
Oh, they're like, oh man, they got me.
I think they got the news. Yeah,
or at least say something like, "Hey, danger's over here. Stay away."
SOS. SOS.
Because they're definitely talking, like they're communicating. And I want to know what they're saying.
For many years, it's a superior lubricant to modern oil products.
Yeah, that's what the Bugatti uses. All whale oil.
Honestly,
that's why.
I'll be honest.
That's why it's so expensive. A whale oil car,
dude. It's funny you say that. Like, it is a superior lubricant. I wonder if somewhere there's some like super artiste car manufacturer who's like it runs on whale.
If we were still allowed to do this, the potential is
no. He's
endless.
slaughtering his own way. He's got like a Japanese guy he's paying off for that delicious.
This is the whale oil model, and over here is the children's tears.
The windshield wiper fluid is the tears and
the horse glue. Yeah. That's it.
It's the most evil God ever devised.
I put cotton balls under the eyes of those Congolese boys in the cadmium mines, and I mine it. I get their tears. 2 for 1, 2 birds, 1 stone.
That's so maniacal. That's actually that. Remember, it's the villain from Hannibal. He would do that. He would collect. He had these little cotton squares, and he would collect the tears of someone when they were under like great stress or like fear, and then he would put it in his martini and like drink them.
That was the fellow who had his face ripped off, and he has this really kind of grating cadence, this timbre of his voice.
Hard to listen to.
That's pretty close, isn't it?
It's
pretty close.
That was pretty close.
Pretty close. Gary Oldman played him in the movie, and then the kid from Boardwalk Empire plays him in the TV show, and just kind of copies Gary Oldman, which is fine for me.
Yeah, Gary Oldman really rocks. You can just copy him.
Hannibal Lecter convinces this guy to cut his own face off and feed it to dogs by drugging him. And it's real gruesome.
Hannibal is so over. If you plug me into that, if they're like, if I was friends,
Detective Taylor, who do you think's behind all this?
No, I wouldn't even be a detective. It'd be like the Jack, the black detective, is like, I'm bringing my friend Taylor to dinner, Hannibal, and then he'd be like, oh yes,
you,
and then it just brings me, and then Hannibal would be like, today we're having pork loin over something very fancy, and then Jack would be like, this looks delicious. And he's like, oh, if only you knew the person I'm having you eat right now, because I'm a serial killer. And I'd be like, he's telling you the whole thing. That dude, like, I'm watching that show in the background. It is fucking hilarious. The dinner conversations Hannibal will say. They'll be like, oh my goodness, Hannibal, this is divine. It's to die for. And he's like, well, I'd never expect you to die for it. And it's like, no, who says that? Who would say that? And every time he's talking in the dinner, I'm like, this doesn't seem like a fun guy to hang out with.
He's so ghoulish and overtly scary And he's always making these little double entendres that imply that maybe he's eating people, which is really
all the time,
really
all
like
the
not,
time.
And like maybe normally, like if he were like a violin teacher or some shit, or if he was like a pharmacist or something, if he had a regular normal job, like, but no, he's like involved with their investigation of cannibal cases. Like people are turning up ritualistically murdered and their liver is gone. And that night he's like, liver pate, anyone?
Yeah.
And they're like, and they're eating the liver pate. And they're like, I don't know if we're ever going to solve this one. This guy's just always a step ahead. And he's like, yes, I am.
Yeah. They're like, what?
I said, try some ham.
Yeah, try some ham. What's okay. Hannibal, where did you pick this pig? Oh, it was a very stubborn and indigent little animal, wasn't it? And it's like, why would you, if someone answered a question like that to me, I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, what's wrong with you?
Creepy.
I was asking
Diddy.
like
we had all these clues.
Yeah, he's beyond obvious.
He fucks the hot chick in the show. Like somehow she's attracted to his weird reptilian ass. But there's a scene where she's hanging out at his house is badass. His kitchen is sick. He's like a professional.
It's a nice kitchen.
Like it's bad fucking ass. His house, the whole thing. It's like something to aspire.
He's pretty cool if we're being real.
Dude, other than the weirdness, like if it was a normal bro, you'd be like, dude, you're killing it. But it's him, so it's scary as shit. But they're hanging out, and he's like, would you like something to drink? And she's like, I don't drink wine. Don't look down on me. I like beer. And he's like, oh, well. And he goes, and he has crafted a beer just for her. He's like, it's aged in like wine barrels or something, X amount of days. And it's in these like fancy ass cantilever cork bottles.
Yes.
He like pops this fucking shit open and pours her the most handcrafted beers. And she's just like, that's good beer. So she turns into Sam Jackson from the fucking Chappelle show. And it's like, why are you falling for this? That's so creepy that he has crafted you your own beer just in case you pop in.
Yeah. Dude, he'll like serve people what is clearly a forearm, and they'll be like, and what's this we're having tonight, Hannibal? And he's like, oh, it was a mischievous little rabbit. And it's like, no, it wasn't. No, what? Like he'll serve a detective, Lawrence Fishburne, who I think that's who it is.
He runs he runs like the special crimes division of the FBI.
He'll be served
head.
He'll be served like a giant organ. He'll be served like a sauteed heart or lungs on the same day. Someone had their lungs cut out like 4 hours ago at work. And then Hannibal will be like, yes, I learned this in France. It's pig lungs. And it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And then the Jack is like, oh, Hannibal, you've done it again. That's absolutely scrumptious.
I let this slip by. First of all, it's a really good show. We're like picking on it, but like it's fun to watch him do his thing.
The Hannibal guy's a good actor. I like him.
So Mads Mikkelsen's so evil and creepy and ghoulish. But yeah, he would never get away with all that shit. He's so. They add this one thing to it. I let it slide, but he's like a ninja. Like he could beat the shit out of anybody. Every now and then someone will find him out. They'll like, because I think part of the fun for him is flirting with disaster. So he's got like drawings of how he murdered somebody just sitting in his office under some other papers. But if somebody discovers him or somebody comes after him, he always turns into like a goddamn Jedi or something. He knows like ninjutsu, and he's breaking people's arms and choking them unconscious and stuff. And he hasn't lost a fight in the whole goddamn show.
No, he wins consistently.
He must just win like 5 or 6 like different fist fights throughout the show, like handily.
No, I like when he like cuts that one dude's arms and legs off and like keeps him around, like slowly feeding himself. And it's like, it wasn't even that impactful, like from a sad standpoint, because the guy he's doing it to is another serial killer. And is like it is too deranged to even be upset by it as much. Like he's not even freaking out. He's like, what do you think is going to happen when they do this to you, Hannibal? And Hannibal's like, well, how about you finish a piece of your own flank first, and then we can talk about this. And it's like, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah,
he couldn't have been a more obvious serial killer. There's no like that's the worst part about the show. Really, is that the idea that all the most like, first of all, that fucking all these people in what city are they in?
Baltimore. Like
They're in
they're
Baltimore.
around. They're around the FBI.
And
headquarters.
there's in Baltimore, there's anywhere between 60 and 80 concurrent serial killers all the time.
Not normal serial
in
killers.
This show.
Not normal serial killers, the kind who like turn their victims into works of art.
Yeah.
The kind who like take their
some
victims
criminal
and make
in
a giant
Baltimore
totem pole.
for 25 years has been burying people on a beach, and then he assembles them all one day, and then Will Graham, that autistic idiot, the main detective, has to show up, and Jack will be like, was the killer insulting the bodies? And then fucking Graham has to be like, no, it wasn't an insult, it's a legacy. And then fucking Jack's like, you've done it again, Will. Wow, you've really figured it out. And meanwhile, Hannibal's there, and he's like, "Not the tastiest of images, is it, fellows?" It's like
Stop with the double entendres. You
stop it.
Like you'd call him out right away. You'd put 24-hour surveillance on him. You'd be pumping his stomach randomly and shit. You'd be testing him for human. Like he's so ghoulish and scary.
So evil.
I'm afraid of him every time when I'm watching the show. I'm like, the first time I watched through it, it was kind of like Game of Thrones in that. You knew at any moment he might just cut the person's throat and eat them because he's kind of a reptile person. He's a great actor.
Yeah. The good serial killer, if you wanted to be an actually successful serial killer, you wouldn't be drawing attention to yourself by working with the FBI. You would just be like randomly killing people and not making a big to-do about some ritualistic thing.
Did you like it, Hannibal? Like
he loves
wonderful show.
Yeah, he loves killing people, and I also like the show.
Did you like the show?
Yeah, the first 2 seasons are very good. The third season where he like goes to Italy is kind of ridiculous.
I like it because
he moves. He flees.
Scully from the X-Files. Gillian Anderson is like his therapist / girlfriend, and there's this scene where they're having dinner in Paris. They fled from the law because they finally figured it out. They found like a human head in his kitchen or some shit, and they figured it. They're like, Hannibal, what are you doing with this head? And he's like,
I think this is a clue, guys.
Ignore that. And they're like, oh, okay. But they find him out, and he flees to Milan or Rome, maybe, with Gillian Anderson, and they invite like an inspector over or something like that, and the guy thinks they're there. He's there for like a 3-way or maybe to bang Hannibal's wife. He thinks that's what he's been invited to. And Hannibal's feeding Gillian Anderson like snails and acorns. And Hannibal's like, it improves her taste. And the guy's like, oh, like her pussy is what he's thinking. He's thinking that Hannibal feeds his wife snails and truffles and stuff to make her pussy taste good. But no, he's thinking about eating her. He just hasn't quite decided because he enjoys her company. It's great.
That's a dilemma that every husband goes through.
Whether or not to eat.
It's a normal part of life. Dude, he gets to Italy, and within like 3 days, he's killing multiple people from the only group of friends he has in Italy. And it's like, what the fuck? It's an absurd show by the end.
I really enjoy it. I think it's tremendous. It's a little gay between Hannibal and Will Graham, though, right? There's a lot of like coded gay stuff going on. It's like kind of like Top Gun or something. They're
don't get much real gay stuff between
them. He sniffed him a lot, dude.
Yeah, but that's because
little meals.
He wants to fuck them. It's because he wants to eat them.
Dude, they're so like he wants to be like, I don't know. There's some gay stuff going on. Like I don't think he's like fucking him or anything, but they're like in love with each other or something in a not in like a chill kind of way though.
The sniffing is a little odd, Taylor.
But it's because he already eats people, and it's like been established till he's like sniffed at people he's killed and eaten.
It's
before.
weird. It's weird. Gillian Anderson's so fucking hot though.
Yeah.
That I
pigs and cows,
enjoyed the later season.
Man.
Oh. Yeah, well, this guy, he's not normal. No one will say he's normal. He's really gross. He's a bit of an oddball.
I asked if you like the show because I watched 2 movies lately. Deadpool and Alien Romulus, the new one. Both
2 misses.
Not good to me. I would rather watch YouTube videos. Videos about video games. My wife is addicted to this guy that seems to rehabilitate hooves. You know, they get ulcers in them or something.
That's fun stuff. All right.
Dude, she has become a subject matter expert on how to fix cow hooves. She's like, he's going to have to get that pus out.
Farrier and draining.
She likes the draining. She goes on. And I am sometimes forced to watch these videos because I spend so much time with her. And better than Deadpool. You know, I gotta give him that.
please,
man. I hope this is your final straw with the superhero shit. I hope this is the date I can look back.
Dr. Doom's coming, and we're gonna watch.
Splinters off and goes not for me anymore.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Doom is coming, and I'm going to the
wow.
theater to watch.
You think he's going to pull it out? You think
Look,
he's going to win in the end? You think he's going to get it?
Listen, he might win, but
You
what I
think he's going to
say,
get a couple snappy quips before
Dr.
he's
Doom
taken
doesn't
down?
sound like a
all
good
I'm
guy.
saying is Woody's not done with him.
Fourth wall
because
broken,
Dr.
hilarity
Doom is coming.
ensues.
Dr. Doom's coming, so I can't be done with him yet.
I'm with
Who's
Kyle.
not-
I'm not done. I'm a slow learner. But I was like, between Deadpool and Aliens, do you think they spent $250 million on those two movies to put them together?
Rough, yeah.
That's
Probably like 100,
right?
probably low on Deadpool. Like
I
probably
think
did like
some
100.
guy who spent $7.37 making YouTube videos is better. It's better.
I've got a
content to
movie
me.
for you. Please watch Strange Darling. It's on our Plex. It's tremendous. It's
Is
such
it
a
scary?
it's more of a thriller. There are some scary moments where it's like, whoa, how far is this going to go? But it's more violence. It's not like a boogeyman or a ghost or a goblin. There's nothing supernatural at all. It's a one night stand that's going wacky, and it's filmed or it's presented sort of with the story out of sync, Tarantino style. And so it begins with like chapter 3 and like crazy shit's happening. And you get like 20 minutes and it goes chapter 1 and you see what happened at the very beginning, and it sort of skips around introducing it out of order in that way. It's an hour and a half long. It's not one of those, it's not a long movie, so it's not a big amount of time to commit. It's shot on 35 millimeter film, if you care about that. And it seemed like, I don't know much about artistic cinematography, but the colors are really pretty to me. I'll say that. And it feels like they're color coding certain emotions or sort of how the couple's emotional love romance feelings are flowing by using blues or reds or yellows. And it's a really pretty movie to watch. It is violent. There's crazy stuff happening. The more you read, the more it'll like spoil it. I promise it's good. You'll really enjoy it. The Rotten Tomatoes reviews are super high.
Yeah, that's where I was headed. I looked up the reviews. Rotten Tomato has it at 95% fresh. IMDb has it at 8.3, which is a high score. And that you've been right about your last couple reviews, like according to me, obviously, you always right to you. And I didn't want you to be. I wanted to like Deadpool more than you said I would. I wanted to like Aliens more than you said I would. And you don't win them all.
This is something new. That's the thing. It's hard. You're never going to recapture the magic that was 1979's Alien or Aliens that sort of reinvented the wheel and turned the standard. Alien is basically a slasher movie, but with an alien instead. You know, they're creeping around, taking the characters out one by one, sneaking up on them. It's a slasher, but with a slick paint job on it. And then they make the second one, this crazy action movie. How are you going to recapture the magic of the first time you learn what a face hugger is or what those eggs are, or when that thing shoots out of like every time you see that egg now, you're like, all right, is the thing going to slip? Is it going to come out? Is it going to pop out? Is it going to pop? You're waiting on the thing that's going to happen. There's no tension. You know what's coming. You're just waiting on the same old thing. So I don't know. You need something indie like this. The movie that I'm recommending there is $4 million movie. That's what it cost to make. And I think it is way more. I've watched a bunch of movies recently, and that was the one where we came away from it going like, wow, that was great. That's the best movie I've seen in a while. Like that's a, I don't have like a list ready, but it's one of the best movies I've seen this year for sure. I remember there was a couple other things that I liked earlier in the year that came out, but most recently, this is my favorite movie that I've seen in the last several months. Really good.
I added it to my Plex queue. We'll see if I can find it again. I never used that feature.
I mean,
how many movies?
It's already on there, like ready to go.
How many movies a week or a year are you watching?
It depends. Like right now, I'm doing kind of a Halloween thing. So I'm watching 2 or 3 movies a day, maybe sometimes.
Wow.
But sometimes I'll do like a binge watch where I'll watch all of a series, even if it's a shitty series, because I kind of want to I don't want to see all the Friday the 13th, but I want to be able to say I've seen all the Friday the 13th and have some kind of a knowledge of what happened through the years and be able to do my trivia. So I watched them all. They're dreadful. That's true. So I watch a bunch of movies. It just depends if there's anything good out. Sometimes I'll go weeks and weeks without watching movies, and I'll do a way more like video game stuff and video game videos. Taylor and I are about to get into Skyrim Together, which allows multiple players to take on the Skyrim universe together.
Yes.
You should do Elden Ring.
To form a bond of brotherhood Elden Ring. No, thank you, sir.
2023, possibly game of the year.
I shall play
versus
Kael.
what? Some
Dark Elf
15-year-old Skyrim.
We'll have to. Oh, dude, what do you? Skyrim rocks. Like the fact that now you've played Elden Ring and you kind of enjoy that more open world.
I'm an elitist now.
I think
on my level.
I think you would jump. I think you would enjoy
That's a starter video game.
going around Skyrim and exploring stuff.
Yeah, you started it and left because it was too hard.
It's a starter video game. It's a starter video game. You want to finish your video game? Skyrim. There's a reason that people are playing it a decade, more than a decade later. People playing that thing on ice makers.
I think you would. I think you'd enjoy
Skyrim.
it.
I beat it.
No, but I mean the different paths in the story. What I like so much about it, more than what I saw of Elden Ring, is like that the world is active. Like the NPCs are always wandering. Like when you're in a city, it feels kind of real. Like the people aren't always in the same spot. You have to know, like, oh, this person hangs out in the pub after like 5 p.m. This person hangs out here. Oh, I would love to. And what we're really going to have to do, Kyle, is we're going to have a little discussion because we're going to have to play complementary character classes and styles.
I'll be what you need me to be. You just tell me what the groove is, and I'll slide.
This is going to go great because I was about to say the same. I'll play with anything other than I don't want to play a two-handed sword melee.
I'll play two-handed. I'll do that.
Neither of us need to do that.
I think what the mod's going to allow is for us to balance things like that out.
Why is that bad?
More than the vanilla game will.
It's not a fun build. The archer builds, the sneak builds, the mage builds. Yeah, mage is so fun. Sneak archer.
If you don't want magic, I'm going to take magic because I would enjoy that.
If you take magic, I'm going to go stealth archer.
And two-handed swords. I don't know. It's not the most fun to me. I like the dexterity builds that dodge a lot, but it's the easiest build. A lot of people.
This is more like
in Skyrim. Often you're surrounded by so many like low-tier enemies that it's easier to it's more fun to just cast a spell or use archer, like sneak archer, to like kind of slowly whittle your way through the group. Whereas if you're like an orc or a Nord who's playing with a sword, like your only strategy is just
I might be a cat girl
sprinting into the battle. I don't care what you are. Actually, I do care what you are. I want it to be immersive for me still. I don't want to.
Can I be a sexy cat girl? Is that chill? Like
a Khajiit?
Be a Sonic that hedgehog literally that just rolls into people. There's got to be a mod for that.
A Sonichu.
Dude, one of the most fun characters I ever did in Skyrim was a Khajiit because they're the cat people. They get higher sneak on start and they get higher one-handed attack on start, I think. And I just did the sneak build, but with no archery whatsoever.
A picture of a Khajiit.
Yeah, show us Khajiit.
What's the first letter?
K.
Okay.
I think it's KHAJIIT or something. Maybe there's 2 I's in there.
There's definitely
I don't know. But I had done the stealth archer thing enough, and like the stealth archer gets a little broken, just like magic gets a little broken. And so I did a stealth build with a Khajiit where I didn't use bows, I only used daggers.
There you go.
Where you had to sneak up really close.
You know, furries aren't completely wrong.
They
definitely are. They're wrong.
Show me some of that Khajiit pussy. Don't please don't, because I know I bet it's readily available on the internet.
Kyle, I need to know what
from your own private stash, Zach. Show me the good stuff you've commissioned.
What style of magic are you going to be building into if you play as the magic?
Fire. I got to do fire, like destruction, destruction, fire, and then like I think you do like a secondary thing. So probably some sort of manipulation to like make everyone afraid or something, so in case you don't want to kill everything, something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking you can go like restoration, or not restoration, what's alteration? That's the one where you can like paralyze people. And
that's my dream, like
paralyze
if I could be any of those things, like to be a mage was always like I do that thing as a kid, and maybe even like last week where I'd look at something and I'd be like, come on, move, like try to move like an aluminum can with your mind or something.
Yeah. Dude, that's not embarrassing. Power. This is a
how podcast. Often do you try? How
this is a podcast run by guys in their late 20s You know? Who just like to try silly things sometimes. I laughed out loud the other day at your joke from like 2 weeks ago, Kyle, where you were like, it's just something we do, just something all of us do, guys in our early 30s. I was sitting on my couch and I remembered that joke from you, and I laughed. I was like, that's so funny. Oh, that killed me. Yeah, dude, I hope we get Skyrim together. Dude, I don't know if you told them our little endeavor with Skyrim Together yesterday, where we were trying to get it set up. And before we even got to the part where you install the mod, you had to log into this mod with Discord. It was either that or you had to, download, Shunji's Happy Time Super Safe mod, which was like some Asian based, like, I'm not going to fucking give them
some sort of screen sharing Japanese program called like Kamichiwa. And we were like,
was talking like as he's doing it. And I had to do the same thing because I didn't remember my Discord password, but I guess my phone was on there so I could have him text me the thing, get it set up quickly. Kyle didn't have that. And so he's like, okay, it sent me an authorization code. Now it's telling me to plug in my backup drive. What is happening? I don't have a backup drive. I don't have a thumb drive for my Discord.
Want me to put in an authenticating thumb drive as it was my sole remaining way of authentication. It took me, like, I think part of it is like because we were on a call together. I feel added pressure to like hurry up and get the shit going because I know I'm going to be the one I've done more modding than you, so I'll be the one to kind of take the lead. So I feel like you're waiting on me. And that was stressing me out so much.
I was patient.
I know you weren't, but I feel it anyway. I create it and put it on myself. So I'm getting so mad that I can't fucking reset my password. After we got off the call, I solved the whole problem and got in and got everything done in 10 minutes. Like I got through the problem we were on and like got the mod downloaded and like got in the game and like made it work. It looks like it's super easy.
I'd like to do it. It seems like
has Skyrim gotten better looking? I know looks are not everything in a game, but it's old, so has it been updated?
You can mod the shit out of it. Like you can make it look better than any game currently looks like on release right now.
We both got really good computers. His is even better than mine, and he's got a 4090. I think I got a 4080 or something like that. Mm-hmm. So we'll be able to run a bunch of mods. I think we both got 64 megs of RAM probably, so we can run a lot of mods, and we can make Skyrim look like a pretty new game. And how big can I make my titties before you're not
before it ruins the
immersion.
As long as like you have a suit of armor on and shit, like there's any size tits.
Do they have armors that will like cup 6 titties?
I wish you wouldn't.
See, I want my character to be like Toro or whatever from Mortal Kombat.
Actually, no, cats do have.
Goro. Remember Goro that had the extra arms of Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
It's that, but titties.
Okay. Well, as long as you're like tacking up in the right trees and we're still like rolling.
I won't do that to you. I think I'm actually going to play like some sort of a ghoul or something, or a goblin.
I'm enticed.
If there's a way,
can you make a woman in Skyrim?
All the way,
dude. Some of the mods Kyle was talking about were like the most useless. Like he was like, "Hey, we can download this mod that makes the starting dragon in Helgen's head."
Macho
Man Randy Savage.
Oh, I've seen that one.
So he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna execute you right now, or I'm saving you from execution." Doing that shit, and
the dragon lands. It's all dragon version. Macho Man's head.
Yeah. Well, if you're picking a magic character, I may fall back into the fun of stealth archer.
Now, are we gonna record this, chop it up into 8-minute YouTube ready clips and then upload it to a 2008 style YouTube channel?
That would be kind of funny. That would be kind of funny. We chop it up into 10-minute segments of us playing Skyrim, the entirety of Skyrim. Which actually, I didn't think about this because I bet we might have a little disagreement on where to go first off the start.
I don't care. I haven't played in so long that I'm like a blank slate. I'm happy to like be you can be the main character and I will be like your companion. You can be the Frodo
Batman
and I'll be
Robin.
Because I'll Robin up. We could. There's a Batman mod so that we could play as Batman and Robin, but I want to be in like the tights. Like from the Schumacher films, they got a gig how to make the Batman movies in the mid-90s, and he was like, let's see, I want to see cod pieces and nipples. And so that's what they did. It's just cod pieces and nipples. All those close-ups on George Clooney's cod piece. What the fuck was that?
I don't want you wearing a fucking cod piece in the game.
Too late. Oh,
Too late.
dude, I went to that one Renaissance fair and I saw the benefits of the cod piece, and ever since, like Ren Fair every day with the cod piece. It's a hell of a fashion statement. I'm shocked Kanye didn't do a cod piece because he does those football pads and all that nonsense.
Are you against any form of cheesing?
Like cheesing stats?
Like quickly ranking up like a stat you're going to use a lot.
Yeah, no, I don't care. And there's mods where like if we want to just speeds, you can skip the first 10 levels. Like that's a good mod to start with.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I like immediately make a character that can.
You got to grind a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, you grind from there. I'm sure there's mods that make things interesting. But no, I look forward to it. I'll play whatever character you
that'll be fun as hell.
You don't want to play. I haven't played Skyrim.
I'll play whatever.
In a really long time.
I've had fun with every single build you can be in Skyrim, other than Melee.
Discord. Like
for sure.
We'll definitely hang out with you and watch, and it would be
of course we will.
thing. Yeah,
and maybe Woody, maybe
we could role play.
We sell you on it. Maybe
I've beaten Skyrim. I'm a master.
The way you play Skyrim, maybe it might be the most upsetting thing to me about the way you game is you were like, yeah, I went and I killed Alduin, and then that was the end of the game. And it's like he didn't go to he probably didn't discover like 9 of the cities. Like he just sprinted through the.
I just right up the middle, smash mouth Skyrim.
The only thing I always do the same in Skyrim is you can join the Imperials or you can join the Stormcloak rebels who are like the Skyrim belongs to the Nords people. And no matter what, I'll always go into Skyrim like maybe I'll play a different path this time. No, Stormcloak rebels always.
I want to get off games, but you should know.
Hang on, before we go though, please. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I guess
you can. I was going to say in Elden Ring, I'm doing the opposite of that. Not only am I killing every boss, every optional boss, every character, every version of every boss. At this point, I'm killing every common so often that I have every article of clothing and every weapon they have, and then I cosplay the game as them, and I just walk around as like a noble skeleton for a while.
You need a new game, brother.
With bad shit.
You beat that one.
I am loving it. I am making this game my bitch at this point.
I was about to say that game is your bitch. Like if the
keep grinding as long as you're enjoying it. That's great. I'm glad you found a game you're really
levels. Yeah,
but
no, this is fun. We can play as the Fellowship.
I just checked that. That would be cool.
I watched this Donut Media video where the charismatic, chubby, blonde guy, I mean to say, I don't know his name, but I bet you do, was explaining why he left Donut Media. Does this sound right? How close am I coming on this?
Yeah, so James Pumphrey, who is that person, and he recently left the channel probably after some earnout in the wake of their acquisition by Recurrent to, join a larger conglomerate, as we've seen happen with Hoonigan.
So the whole auto industry is doing that. Like the YouTube auto area seems to be getting bought out.
Yes. Yeah. It seems like it's a logical kind of target of acquisition simply because there's high CPMs and big opportunity in the space. And so it's been a little bit of a, detonation of sorts of late because like a company bought Hoonigan and then declared a $1.2 billion bankruptcy sort of in their corporate entity, which is unfavorable. DeMuro's channel got bought in the midst of the Cars and Bids investment and things like that. And so it's a very different world now in the world of car YouTube than we expected. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think it demonstrates some frothiness in the M&A market, but also maybe some challenges in the execution.
How does that work though? Like DeMuro, right? Without him, his channel is worthless, right?
Yeah, and that's always been the question. Like if somebody bought PKA tomorrow and started subbing in different personalities because they didn't want to talk about video games for 15 minutes, would they then change the way that the system works, and would people still watch? And the question is, who knows, right? And, it was him doing car reviews, and the question was like, does it still work? And they increased production or content output and tried to change it up, and it hasn't yet. maybe it will, but it hasn't
He
yet.
had a unique way of acting like a cup holder was interesting that is hard to replicate. He'd be like, look at this thing. It's got tabs. This is wild. He'd find a funny line in the instruction manual. His channel.
Right.
And this thing comes with a better heckin' jack than you'd expect. And he's just telling you all these odd things about cars that other car reviewers didn't do. I couldn't think of someone. Well, it's hard to think of somebody more tied to the channel than that. Like, you can't just replace him with somebody else. It's a unique talent. I don't know why anyone would buy that.
And I generally get approached by somebody every month or every quarter that wants to come in and buy all of the automotive YouTube space. And they want to understand what it looked like for me to turn all of these poorly run entrepreneurial efforts into employees. And it's clunky, obviously. But I mean, I think that, I would honestly be curious to think, like, do you see what you do on social media as an indefinite opportunity? Or is there a world in which it gets bundled into like a larger multi-channel network or conglomerate? Because I think that's what we're faced with in the automotive world is like, do we entertain or accept or, accelerate that path? Or do we really think like, no, this is a whole lot of fun. We have a great time every week and doing the things that we do, and we want to keep it rolling.
Yeah, I don't know where it's going. I've always thought it was going to be more short-lived than it turned out to be. I thought, like the TV show Friends, maybe the most successful TV show I can think of, right? It lasted 10 years, right? 10 years was 2019 for me, right? So it's incalculable. No one knows. That was a while ago. And so we're 15 years into a 10-year project, and 10 I thought was the long case. I thought it'd be more likely to be 7. It's twice as old as I ever thought it would get. So what happens from here? I don't know. When I switched to YouTube full time, my expectation was that it was gonna like hurt my computer programming and like IT career, but I wouldn't regret it. Like, imagine your passion was golf and you spent 5 years as a low tier PGA player. And sure, your computer programming career has been delayed by 5 years. But on the other hand, those are maybe 5 great years and you don't regret doing it. That was my expectation going into it. It has been more successful than I considered best case scenario. So what happens from here? Well, heck, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I'll be okay.
In the jizz biz these days.
The jizz biz.
I need to talk to you about the jizz biz. It's a thing I keep forgetting to tell y'all, but probably should tell you.
Shoot us a text
about the jizz biz.
Tell us about the jizz biz. Hopefully we can keep it in stock.
It's good stuff.
It's good stuff. Well, thank goodness.
Yeah, it's good news. Good.
Oh, so good. I was not getting that vibe.
No, I was getting bad news.
No, this is like the best cummies.
Oh, the best cummies?
Yeah, all the best cummies.
Don't say that anymore.
You don't like that?
I don't know if I like the best cummies.
All right, at least one more time.
I'm not going to tell you the news. I'm going to whisper the news to Woody.
You're going to text Woody.
And you look at his. Hey, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to text Woody only like what it is.
Oh, that's fucking gay, dude.
Yeah.
I like it.
Will you send that message to Woody courtesy of Taylor? And then he can
and then you'll burn it before it gets to me.
Yeah, and then he'll burn it. He'll delete it. Damn. Well, hopefully it is excellent news because I'm really proud of the product we made there. I know it sounds so silly. Kyle and I put so much effort and research into coming up with cum pills, and then to have our efforts validated by someone as legit as Derek.
All right, now Woody has read the news about the cummies. Now look at Woody's face and try to judge.
I mean, he's smiling, but he could also be smiling because a joke is being played on me right now. So,
wow,
no, it's good.
I'm not going to tell you.
Can you please send?
Kyle, can I tell him?
No, there's no fun.
I want to hear it. What's the great news?
Maybe 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, maybe I'll.
Ed, are you on WhatsApp?
You got WhatsApp? I'll tell you what it is.
Is it less than 9 pills a day? Is that?
Oh, it is. We've already released that.
That's
a little tidbit that I have leaked. We have lowered the amount of pills. We have gone to a gel cap, I believe, and we've replaced some ingredients with some other ingredients to make it more powerful, more potent with a lower dose. We were always kind of annoyed with the like 5 pills in the morning and 4 pills in the evening. I know Derek hated that, but we wanted efficacy.
We wanted it to really work.
It had to work.
Maximum efficacy, but there's an ethical dose. I'm messing up the word, but we didn't want it to be like, this is 80% of ideal. That's not what we did.
Yeah.
We wanted to blow the competition out of the water.
Exactly.
Change your ceiling. Yeah,
it is comically effective.
You should text me about it.
Right.
I would, but Kyle's not letting me.
He shouldn't tell you. No, it's more fun this way. You don't need to know. It's like official business anyway. You don't need to buy this. This is like the warrior pretty little head kind of thing.
I mean, I'm a part of this common enterprise. So
well, then why don't you know the big?
I guess I don't. I guess
you know, like everybody else knows the cum news except for you.
I'm just gonna text Derek.
Yeah, that's what I told him. It's top secret. He said he won't release it to anybody. No, do you have your security thumb drive?
I don't have my.
Then he's not going to tell you. He's not going to tell you the Cummy news.
Fuck. Do you need to turn the key also before?
All right, we're starting a Cummy app. Okay, and I wish you hadn't said what you said earlier, but we'll be coming at each other left and right. It's going to be great.
it's a load sharing application for your
load sharing application. We're going to get prizes out for viscosity, pearlescence, and of course magnitude. There's also going to be a scale that's based on impact force. Where we're coming up with a sport based around the
people are going to be coming like on pressure plates to see.
That's right. We're going to be measuring the force produced by loads, and there's going to be a championship. There's going to be live streaming of it.
So Tony bat speed phenomenon is
Are we going to have a cum Special Olympics? All the competitors have been jacking off all morning, Tom. They're ready for this. Look at that one going to town under his sweatpants right there in the middle of the field.
We attract so many sexual predators.
Yes.
That's how we reveal it was all a big sting. We just round them all up with a big net.
People like to think it's easy, but it's a lot of training.
Not one non-pedophile would show up to the Cum Olympics. I promise you. Everyone there would be a goddamn creep. We just cast a wide net.
Of course they would. All the volunteers are giving those hugs where like you stick your butt way out like to make sure you're not touching there.
Yeah. No, big coming news. Glad to share it with you.
I'm glad to hear
coming news. Yeah.
Yes, I'm excited.
I will be glad to hear it.
Yeah, pumped. And pumped.
But it's honestly amazing, and I don't know how much grasp your audience has for it because they've obviously been along for the ride, but that you guys have made a career out of this for a decade and a half. And
you just keep going,
I mean, that's
talking to people, telling
that's
them
that's unheard of in the automotive world, right? There's no channels with that kind of longevity. And I think that as we look at this as a career, which is something that didn't exist as a career when we were picking careers, I think it's a lot of fun. And I having surveyed kind of the world of social media content creators from a business perspective, I actually really enjoy you guys as a success case because y'all get to show up on a Thursday night, record for 3 or 4 hours and go nuts and just talk about what life's going on. And that's really, really cool in that you've got the opportunity for such reach, for such effectiveness, and also for all of these side endeavors that you so choose, some of which,
our Cum Empire. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We never would have known.
You're so right. Like
we've got,
insane sometimes thinking about.
I want to see a painting of Taylor as Scarface, but instead of with a mountain of cocaine on the table, it's just a big like puddle of cummies. Just a big cummies. And you're snorting all the cummies up, all them cummy dollars.
You heard him, folks. Get me snorting cum on the fucking desk. You remember when this was like 4 years ago now? I made a joke about someone contributing a picture of me, and I had a lot of people send
love those
of my fat, ugly mug.
Dude, I so underperformed in the cum tribute. I can't tell you the levels of envy I had over the splooge splattered pictures of you two. There's like 1 or 2 stragglers who chose me. Most of them, it was all about you guys.
Oh, just right. I laughed out loud imagining some dude who's like Can't wait to shit post on Twitter and send this to Taylor. Just standing over a picture of me jacking off. And it's like
an angry, spiteful jerk.
To think that guy was like, I'm totally pranking him right now. It's like
Marsha.
Yeah.
Nah, that's gold, buddy. That's gold. I like that. And look,
it is
for
very
lessons to our crowd is a hard coming crew. Okay, for lessons to viscosity that you see out of our guys when they blow a festive load is second to none. Second to none. You know, there's a lot of YouTubers out there shooting heavy loads, but not like our crew.
And what's great is that we keep the show going through intellectual and useful conversation. Like, can they make nuclear cars?
Well, yeah, they can make nuclear
begin there, and we regress to ejaculate.
Do you know how often on the show I'm like, I should keep this conversation going, and so I just ask the first question that comes to mind, and it's like after the fact, it's like I just made myself look like the absolute dumbest retard.
No, you can make a nuclear car.
It's okay. I let it slide. I didn't point.
You did. You didn't immediately go. That's flag on the play.
Idiot, like Fallout. You mean like Fallout?
Like a nuclear saying, car? Like from a professional perspective, what you guys do is hugely impressive.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you, sir.
The idea that you perpetuate it to the extent that you have, and in a world where there's a lot of external forces, continued in the path that you've chosen, I think is super, super cool. And in the automotive world, that's becoming harder and harder because there's a lot more external forces.
Yeah.
But why?
But it's a strange way to earn a living, and I'm proud of the way y'all do it.
Yeah, but just like my tip would be just start incorporating racist impressions. People seem to like that a lot.
I was on the fence, but now let's go.
Oh, hello! Welcome to VinWhiskey.
It's a Chinese.
It's not even a good impression. It's just the South Park version of Chinese guy. I love that about South Park, is that they basically give you a template for a bunch of bad impressions. It's like, oh, how do I do a retard? Fucking South Park. Do Nathan. Boom.
You're done.
Sealed, signed, and delivered. Got it.
That's it.
Why is it hard for an independent car YouTube channel to keep doing what it did?
It's not hard. It's simply that it's a much more competitive landscape because the CPMs are high, the brand deal opportunities are high, and the opportunity for external infusion of capital is high. And so it's not that it's hard at all. It's simply that it is more and more competitive, and that there is a landscape of content creation that changes faster. And so doesn't mean that it's more challenging or difficult. And fortunately, a lot of us that started a long time ago are sort of like grandfathered into some level of status here. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it is hard because there's just a different world in which to project your content each week. And I think that the fact that you guys have been able to persist in such a purity of vision of whatever the original version of PKA was, to me, is what's really amazing, 722 episodes in.
Yeah. It's wild.
So what do you think?
It's the biggest testament to your audience, right? Is these guys are going to stick around. They're going to support your sponsors. They're going to support you guys. They're going to come in every week, and they're going to, terrible use of words. They're going to tune in every week, and they're going to, really appreciate what you're offering. And I mean, that is not something to be taken for granted, because people's viewership and entertainment attitudes change over a period of years, decades, whatever. And the fact that you can continue to command an audience in the way that you do is awesome.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not used to this amount of compliments and kindness on the show, so
I don't care for it.
It makes me feel like on my back foot. Do I accept earnestly, or do I make fun of myself? Like, what's the way to do it? That's really kind of like something I do. Like the Matt and Shane Secret podcast. If you guys have ever listened to clips of that, it's Shane Gillis's podcast. Okay. Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, and his co-host Matt is so fucking funny, just hilarious, and they have excellent
banter.
Excellent banter. And I guess our show is similar enough to theirs that if I watch a lot of Matt and Shane like clips on gaming or whatever, I'll see suggestions from the clip shows of our channel, or not our channel, but like the clip channels that post us. And sometimes it'll be like, oh, I'm going to listen to this story about, fucking Matt McCusker learning to play the flute. And then like right under it is like PKA highlights, Taylor African voice. And it's like 4.5 hours long. And I'm like, someone listened to countless videos, and then I clearly sat there and was like, all right, clip the end of that. All right, he's doing Magumbe again, and then made a whole video of Magumbe.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? You are gay. That's one of the funniest interviews. But it's
my
cool
conspiracy
to see that
video
sometimes.
was killer. I think you told me. I didn't know that it had millions of views or whatever. When I got to the bottom of the Holocaust.
You figured it out. You figured it out totally. Yeah, yours got banned. The one where I was ripping on Helen Keller super hard, some clip channel made that, and it got to like 1.5 million views, and then they banned it. Which is like, what possible threat?
People don't want to hear the truth about Helen Keller or the Holocaust.
They don't want to. Yep. They don't want to hear the truth.
My hate video is still standing strong, and it's about my wife's chili. I mix cooking and chili. Yeah.
What is the most successful piece of PKA content ever?
Oh, I don't know.
Kyle comes out of prison was big.
I think Woody's on the money there. Yeah.
Yeah, that one was really big. There was another one that had to do with a YouTube algorithm like flaw. So we used to live stream, and as you know, YouTube gets promoted by YouTube videos get promoted by interaction, likes, dislike. Well, how many comments does a successful video get? Like 1,000, 5,000? Sure. Yeah. We had like 150,000 comments because over the course of the 4 hours, they're like interacting with us.
Sure.
So suddenly it's promoting it far and wide, and we're getting like, a lot of views on that video that was just a regular old non-exceptional PKA. That one stands out to me. But as far as like successful content, Kyle coming out of prison was really big, and I feel like it gave the show a new burst of life. So that was cool. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. Hey, I know how to take one for the team. Look, we drew straws. Woody's going to get caught with some dope up his ass at an airport any month now. All right.
Could have. It's not too late.
I'll be caught as a Russian asset.
That's trending right now. You'd be so cool.
Can you imagine how funny that would be if I got arrested for accepting millions of dollars?
Are you taking money from the Russians and not chipping us in at all? Oh, I'd be Putin, so upset.
If you're out there, don't make me an offer.
We argue all the time about, or at least argue about Ukraine and Russia. And Taylor's very pro-Russia. He's one of those Vladimir Putin bootlickers. And if I found out that he was taking money, if he was getting rubles on the side, that would be hurtful. All right, that would be hurtful.
If I were getting rubles on the side, I'd share the love.
There it is.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Make sure everybody gets a little taste.
I believe you too.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's where just once again a proper gratitude to the audience for the opportunity that we've got to kind of steward their attention is something that's really convicted me over the last few years in particular, is to just say like, holy cow, we get to do this, and that affords whatever lifestyle, whatever it comes with. And I think that what I've seen you guys be able to do in the continued curation of that audience attention, to me, is super impressive and a whole lot of fun to watch. So I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
We have an excellent audience. Like, not that, don't get a big head, guys, but like, we have a great audience. We wouldn't want that. I'm the big head guy. You guys, but
we should sell the Taylor hat. We should sell like the Taylor hat. And it's way too big. Like way too big.
It's like one of those hats with stickers on it, but it says 9 inches. Like just a totally unwearable hat. That would be funny.
We did that as psychological warfare. I can't remember against who, but I think it's the Russians. We airdropped condoms, and they were huge, but it said like American medium. It was like American medium condoms, and they're like fucking O-rings.
Dude, if it was Vietnam, we could have just dropped our regular condoms.
Guys,
that's such a funny I would love to be in charge of those.
Seeing them grow up has been pretty cool. Like there are lots of people. I've been watching your show since I was 15. It's like I'm really sorry about the influence I might have had on you.
Oh, now you're legal, huh?
No, you're leaving.
How time flies when you're having fun. Speaking of flying, you ever go tandem with a grown man?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And you strap him into your little flying contraption, and once you're
put him
at a
in my
certain
baby
altitude,
Bjorn.
What altitude do you have to go to where the laws of man no longer apply, and it's bird law?
International.
I'm not sure.
Not that high.
Like I think if you get like 1,200 feet, 1,500 feet, that seems like bird law land. You can do whatever you want up there. You can go full Kevin Spacey on these kids.
I think it's actually 50,000 goes back to Class G airspace or something
shit!
like that. I can't.
When do you
go
become
that
an
high.
astronaut? Because you can do anything you want up there.
Is that what that means, Woody? Class G?
Class G is the lowest restrictions.
Class gangsta.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how realistic
it's
it is.
international air past.
No, it means that like there's no flight rules. You're allowed to fly like in clouds, basically. Like anything.
Okay.
Communication goes down.
That reminds me. Oh my god. So in Zambia during the space race between the USSR and the United States, there was this kook who was fascinated with science and space travel, and so he created his own position as like the minister of space and science. He made it up, and then he started training his own space force, the Zambian Afronauts, and it's just these black kids on an old abandoned farm. Like they've got like old bunches of pipe and stuff. They got this one kid in like a big swing. They're like rocking him back and forth. I guess preparing for like Martian air or Martian gravity or maybe moon gravity.
Wow, they're going straight to Mars, huh?
They were aiming high.
That's good.
Yeah. I watched
I like it.
the Zambian Afronauts. There's a great YouTube video of it. I was thoroughly entertained. I love anything. I like when people shoot for the moon.
Did they get up in the air at all?
No, not even in the slightest. Did they never?
A little. There's
no,
good
not even a
jumpers in
little.
Zambia.
No, they didn't get it. They didn't get anywhere off the ground at all. I don't think they were ever going to either. I don't think they had the funding.
We are returning to the moon no sooner than 2025. That's what they're taking. Same as NASA, as if it's the funding.
Why you gotta keep
Just drink
shitting
a
on
lot of
NASA?
Tang.
NASA's doing what they have with the budget they've got. You know,
Dude,
Those poor souls.
NASA's getting embarrassed now.
They are.
by
They're
Musk?
not by Musk. Musk is fucking. Musk's companies
Catching
also take.
rockets out of the-
They also
out of the
take
air.
federal dollars and all that shit, but like they don't get nearly. Musk's companies don't get nearly the money and the allotment that NASA does. It seems to me like it's just revealed that like NASA's doing a lot of fiddle fucking around.
I think
They're
doing a lot
not.
of
They're not
science.
getting it done. Like get it.
I told you
done.
about the DART program where they moved an asteroid as a part of the planetary defense program.
Get back to the goddamn moon.
What do
Get
you want to
back
go
to
to
the
the
moon.
moon for? Where are you in a hurry for? What do you want on the moon?
We
What's
went there
that
like
you
4
want to do?
times in the
Those flat
60s,
earthers
and we're
wrong.
like,
He's got to
we
get
went
back
there.
up there.
We went there like a dozen times or something. What do you want up there on the moon? What do they got that we need so bad?
I mean, there's probably something neat somewhere.
There
Like, we
ain't-
haven't even
I mean,
explored
no,
That
the flag,
moon
but,
dust
like, at
is
least
like
a Dollar
space
General.
asbestos.
Yeah, throw a Dollar General up there.
Yeah.
Like
We don't even have a spacesuit. Do you know that? We don't have a spacesuit that would work on the moon.
Don't even
Like,
admit that live. That's
Wait.
humiliating.
Why don't our spacesuits work on the moon? Because we have
The ones that-
spacesuits.
the ones that when they went to the moon, the space dust is like space asbestos. It's this tiny particles of evil that get in all the zippers and the Velcro and inside the capsule. And they were only up there for like a day. They like went up there, landed, like took a nap, explored, like slept some more, and then left or something like that. And it was becoming a problem. It was getting in the joints of the spacesuit, and the spacesuits were breaking down. Like major components of them were no longer working.
You might be
They need a whole new
overestimating how much
spacesuit.
I know about asbestos. Is it like powdered
Oh,
sugar?
Well,
kinda?
asbestos is a mineral that you mine from the earth that's carcinogenic. It's these tiny little fibers. They use it industrially for brake pads and insulation. They still do, even though a lot of the government buildings don't anymore. That's what brake pads are made out of. But what I mean by this moon dust is it's very tiny, hazardous little particles that get in everything and ruin everything. Like
Well, how did we do it the first time?
I said, they were only there for a couple days, and the spacesuits were breaking down.
They didn't.
And
do it.
it's been, yeah, you're right. It's been a mere half century. We couldn't have
Right.
put together.
What do you want to
the
go back
will
for
to-
so bad, Taylor? You want to do some exploring on the
The
moon?
moon is a nice little stepstone to other cool places. Like to only do. Like, I think the last time we went to the moon was like 1971 or so.
I want to go
right?
to Venus.
So to Taylor's point, like I'm so terrestrial, I'm like, well, we could set up a little station there, put some fuel, and then eventually launch from the moon and go to Mars or something, right? Where it's lower.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, why do we even need the moon? Could we not just put it in orbit? There's lots of shit in orbit. Do we need the moon to assemble things?
The moon's way further away than our low Earth. Like we've looked at the diagram before where it shows where the space station is, and it's so close to the Earth on a blown out image that it's like, oh fuck, that's like not even in the vicinity. That's closer to Florida than the moon by orders of magnitude. When you see it
in scale, they're basically just flying. Like it doesn't seem like they're in space.
It's less impressive than I want it to be.
Mm.
Like it's
I want to go to Mars, or I want to go to one of those cool moons. I don't care about our moon. I don't.
Yeah, but think of all the other technological things that we did 70 years ago that we haven't done since.
I would like to put some cool weapons on the moon. If we could put a missile base on the moon. Now, here's what I'd like.
Look at phones in the last 20 years, and
we turned the moon into
right
a
now.
Death Star. I'd be up for that. If the moon suddenly had like some ordnance on it, and anytime anybody stepped out of line, USA, like you saw it coming, you're like, oh shit, somebody fucked up.
I would like the moon to be more of like a resort, like a fun place people can go and enjoy space.
No, the fact that I can't go to the moon on Royal Caribbean bothers me.
Yeah, I should be able to get on fucking a Scandinavian cruise, zoot right up there, enjoy myself. Even if we skip the moon,
scary as fuck.
I would also want to skip Mars.
You don't want to go to the moon?
Because Mars doesn't see. If we're gonna skip the moon, let's go straight to one of those moons on Jupiter. Because those seem like they have more hope than Mars. Mars seems like a fucking shithole.
Yeah, but to say that the moons of Jupiter are like our greatest hope is like, have you ever been to Canada? Like, there's nobody there. You can live there if you want. It's hard to get internet, but
there were people there when I visited.
Yeah,
not call those people.
Anywhere in Canada, drive 60 miles north, and there won't be people.
Right. You know, shoot in any direction, and your odds of hitting a person are near zero. Mm-hmm. And I mean,
the American way.
If there's people here, they'll be upset that we've shot at them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
I need to see some kind of exploration that America is leading the way in, whether it's the deepest of the sea or the furthest reaches of space. It's been too long since we've been like exploring again and really, jumping with both feet into that pool. And so I want to see cool exploration. I want to see new animals. I want to see new stuff on fucking Mars or Titan or Europa, whatever it is. But enough is enough with the fucking waiting game on space exploration. Let's do it. Let's get it done.
It's politically unpopular. Every time someone says we're going to go to Mars, they come back and say, but there's a homeless vet.
Oh, come on.
Put him on Mars. Let him live there.
Taylor, tell him to get jobs, right? Taylor, in private, he's like, these homeless vets have no work ethic.
They just can't get it done. Give them send them to the VA and give them some money or whatever, and then we'll spend all the rest exploring space, exploring the cosmos. That's tight. That's cool.
All right, boys. Well, I'm going to sign off for the night, but it's been an honor as always.
We got 3 more hours of this, Ed. Just hang on.
3 more.
We're just warming up.
Check out VinWhiskey in the description. Buy his limited run bourbon. This won't last forever. Bourbon,
there
right?
We go.
And guaranteed to get you drunk. PKA 722.